Alright, good evening everybody. We are going to go ahead and get started with Tech Thursdays episode 113. I can't believe this is the 113th episode that we've been doing this live stream show on the Game Tech Reviews channel. So we've got a more interesting show lined up this evening, at least for those of you that are into PC DIY or even enterprise computing and AI, because there were a lot of announcements this week. The title of the stream does say AMD's big AI push. It's not just AMD. There's actually a lot more companies, tech companies that we're going to be talking about on this stream, if time permits. One of the big trade shows that took place this week was Cisco Live, and Cisco made a lot of really big AI announcements. They are one of the big tech giants that is multinational. I don't know if you guys are familiar with them, but they have partnered up with AMD and NVIDIA to add AI into the data center as well as campus edge networking. So there's a lot of interesting announcements from Cisco this week. And then AMD also this week had a big keynote around like their plans for AI with the new ME series for the data center, the big AI chips. CDNA was talked about. There's roadmap items now that we're going to talk about on this show, what that means for people who are into PC gaming. Most likely, nothing really changes in the sense that you guys are going to be waiting until the second half of next year, probably Q4 of next year, for the big graphics card update for those of you on graphics cards like the 6950 XT or the 6900 XT. So the RDNA 2 flagships, as well as those of you on the 7900 XTX. The successor to those type of graphics cards is coming at the end of next year. And those cards will rival the RTX 6090 in terms of what you can expect from AMD and NVIDIA next year. So a lot of interesting things to talk about this evening. Oh, you're over in Finland. Oh wow, you're watching. It's pretty late over there. Yeah, 3:45 a.m. That's really late. Well, I appreciate you tuning in. So a lot of tech stuff. I guess one of the things that we could probably talk about now, the Nintendo Switch 2 launched literally a week ago, so it's now been 1 week since the Switch 2 launched. I have been using the launch model that I picked up at midnight from Best Buy, so I've got mine. I think this is currently the best handheld out there. It is more ergonomic than pretty much every gaming handheld that I've ever used. I think the Switch 2 nailed it in terms of the design. It is very high quality. It feels very premium. It's almost, dare I say, like a Mac device in terms of the fit and finish. I did go overboard on getting a lot of the accessories for the Switch 2. So I did end up getting the USB, what do you call this thing? The Joy-Con 2 charging grip, because I learned from playing through the Welcome Tour that if you use the USB cable with the Joy-Cons when they're connected to this charging grip, they communicate to the console over wired connection as opposed to wireless, which means they have even lower latency. So this is the only way to get the Joy-Cons to communicate with the console via wire, unless you have them literally connected to the console. But yes, so I picked up that, the Switch 2 Pro controller, I got that as well, a carrying case, and the screen protector that was included in there, so I have that. This is probably a waste of money because I don't really like them, but the wheels, I did end up getting the wheels for Mario Kart World. I don't actually like the motion controls for any of the Switch games, but yeah, I did end up getting this. I got a second AC adapter. This is a 60-watt USB-C charger. I like that it's modular. You can use this not just for charging the Switch 2. You can charge the original Switch. You can charge any smartphone. You can even charge lower power Ultrabook laptops with the Switch 2 chargers. So very nice. The reason why I got a second one of these is because the one that came with the console, I have it connected to the dock, and I don't want to remove it from the dock. I'm too lazy to unplug the cable, so I went and picked up a second one of these. And then finally, I did end up getting the camera, which actually functions as a pretty good webcam if you wanted to use this as a webcam. I plugged it into my PC, and it works fine. And likewise, if you don't want to get the Switch 2 camera for the game chat, the video chat, you can use any UVD-based webcam with the console. It does work. So, but I basically bought pretty much every single accessory that the Switch 2 that was available at launch. The only accessory that I don't have is the really, really large carrying case. I got the regular official carrying case with a screen protector. I didn't get the really big, like $80, the one that you can literally pack everything in the carrying case and take it on an airplane. Like that one I didn't get. But other than that, I got like everything. So, as well as, if you guys saw the recent video on the channel, I did also I pre-ordered the 1 terabyte Memory Express, the micro SD Express with the SD adapter from GameStop. So I have been using this 1 terabyte. So I have like 1.2 terabytes of storage on my Switch 2. So that's really good. So actually, you know what? Let's talk about the Switch, the articles here that I have pulled up. So the Switch 2 sold 3.5 million units in 4 days. In 4 days. So let's think about this for a second, because a lot of people were questioning whether or not the Switch 2 would meet the demand or meet expectations. I think they're on track. Nintendo has a pretty hefty goal or lofty goal. They claim that they want to sell, or they expect to sell, 15 million units in the first year of the Switch 2 launch. That means that from until next June of 2026, by that time, they expect to sell around 15 million units. Now, to put things into perspective for people who don't understand like the scale of like selling 3.5 million units in just 4 days, the Steam Deck, which came out in like 2022, the Steam Deck is like 3 years old. The Steam Deck has sold about, or shipped about 4 million units. 4 million Steam Decks in 3 years versus 3.5 million Switch 2s in 4 days. 4 days. So I was thinking, man, either a lot of people don't like the Switch 2, or no, a lot of people don't like the Steam Deck, or they don't know about the Steam Deck, or they don't care about the Steam Deck. Or there's just a lot of people that like Nintendo. And at first I was like, man, the Steam Deck was a pretty good handheld. I'm surprised it only sold 4 million units when I look at the Switch 2's numbers at 3.5 million in 4 days. But then I thought to myself, well, I guess I'm sort of proving Nintendo correct, because I myself, as a gaming enthusiast, I got a Switch 2 on launch night last week, but I don't have a Steam Deck. I don't have an ROG Ally. I don't have any, like, I guess, handheld console except the original Switch and the Switch 2 as of now. So I guess I'm kind of proving the metrics and the statistics of Nintendo. Like, I'm proving their point. Like, I'm someone who considers myself a tech enthusiast. I don't have a Steam Deck. I'm probably never going to get one. And I'm now that Xbox has announced the ROG Xbox Ally X, I might take a look at that because it has official Xbox affiliation now. Whereas I kept wanting to consider an ROG Ally last year, but I ultimately never purchased one. So now with Microsoft partnering with ASUS, I'll probably take another look at the Ally X from ASUS, at least the Xbox Ally X that's coming out this holiday season. So I may end up getting like a, I guess, PC gaming handheld at some point, but if I am going to get one, it'll either be like the successor to the Steam Deck, or it'll be the Ally X, or the Xbox Ally X. That is kind of a tongue twister. But yeah, Nintendo knows what to do, man. Like, and the other thing too is the quality of this, because I've used a Steam Deck, and I was thinking like, I don't really need it. It doesn't really make any sense. But like this is way more premium than the Steam Deck. This feels better than the Steam Deck. The quality, like, and the funny thing is, if you guys have anyone who has a Switch 2, you guys should play Welcome Tour. Welcome Tour teaches, like, it teaches you everything about all the engineering that went into the Switch 2, which I actually, as someone who was very technical, I really like Welcome Tour. Maybe I'm the type of person that Welcome Tour was designed for, because I literally played all of Welcome Tour. We may stream more Welcome Tour on the, probably not realistically, but I mean, I actually completed the game. Like, I actually played all the way through Welcome Tour. I went to the final zone, and I wasn't expecting Welcome Tour to have anywhere near as much content that it actually has in the game. I was impressed. Welcome Tour is either like an 8 or a 9 out of 10 in terms of what it set out to accomplish. So the Switch 2 is currently probably the best handheld console on the market. Very impressive. I'm actually very, very satisfied with it. And I consider myself someone who has relatively high standards, and it's not very easy to win me over on selling me on an electronic device. And Nintendo managed to pull that off. So very impressive, Nintendo. Very impressive. So Switch 2, I'm looking forward to using this thing. I'm also glad that this is not using an OLED. So a lot of people were complaining like, oh, it's not using an OLED. People who, I mean, I think it depends on how you use your handheld device. Like, I'm the type of person who, like, I like to play the Switch 2 games like right before going to sleep, which means I'll be lying down ready to go to bed, and I will put the brightness level on the lowest brightness setting, which will maximize the battery life. Now, the thing about OLED screens, for those of you that are unaware, because I have tested an OLED on a laptop last year, and I ended up returning the laptop because I didn't like the OLED at minimum brightness setting. Because the problem with OLEDs is that they use something called PWM backlight generation, which means that the lower the brightness, the more pulse width modulated flickering you will get. Now, the flickering happens very, very fast, so it's very hard for the human eye to notice it. But if you're someone who can suffer from eye fatigue and eye strain due to PWM flickering, you will not like using an OLED screen at a very low brightness setting. And I like to use my laptops and my handhelds at minimum brightness setting, because I literally use them in a dark room while I'm trying to go to sleep. So maybe I'm just like a one-off rare example of a specific use case, but I would like to think that I'm not the only one out there that will play some Switch 2, like Legend of Zelda, Breath of the Wild, or whatever, before going to sleep for like, you know, like a 10-15 minute quick gaming session or something. So to me, I don't really care for OLED screens on handheld devices. In fact, I'm actually glad that the Switch 2 doesn't use an OLED because of the way I use handheld devices. Now, if we're talking big gaming monitor or like a TV, that's a completely different story. In those scenarios, OLED all the way, every day. But if it's handheld, it doesn't need to be OLED as far as I'm concerned. So I actually prefer laptops and handhelds that are not using OLEDs, and I prefer regular mini LED or whatever they have in there. OLED will also drive. Exactly. So to me, as long as the color saturation, as long as the sRGB is, you know, like 90% or whatever, it's totally fine for a gaming console as long as the response time is a non-issue. Yeah, you don't have to worry about burn-in, you know, like, no. Traditional LCD is the correct way. I think Nintendo put so much thought into the development of this Switch 2 generation that I'm just impressed. This makes the Steam Deck look like it's like a decade old by comparison. Also, this makes the original Switch look like a toy. Like, it looks like a piece of plastic that, I don't know, like it's from like the early 2000s or something by comparison. So the Switch 2, very impressive stuff. I know I probably sound like a complete Nintendo fanboy, but keep in mind, guys, I am not a Nintendo fanboy. I only have the Switch 2 and the original Switch. I don't have an SNES. I don't have an N64, nor do I have a GameCube or a Wii or any of the older consoles. So it's like, no, I'm somebody who's coming from the PC, MR, high fidelity, 4K, 240 hertz. Oh, if you watch my weekend live streams, you know exactly the type of gamer that I am. And someone like me is impressed with the Switch 2. So that just shows that Nintendo succeeded in whatever they set out to accomplish, as far as I'm concerned. AGZ having a blast with the wife and the kids. Yeah, I know, man. Switch 2 is awesome. Switch 2 is awesome playing with family and friends, especially if you're playing with people that are remote. The game chat feature with friends is hilarious. Like, I was watching some of those gaming podcasts. One guy had the Switch 2 camera, and he was like trying to do the Norman Reedus, the dead Norman Reedus Death Stranding thing, where he like stuck the camera like up his nose or down his mouth. It was really, really weird. But yeah, people were having a blast. The bottom line is people are having fun. Nintendo knows how to create fun gaming experiences, memorable experiences. So it is very, very good. Highly recommended. I think this console is going to be hard to find for the next 3 months. So if you didn't get one at launch, you're going to have to be on the lookout for one for a good while. But definitely recommended. This is like the only handheld gaming console that I currently recommend. I don't recommend any of the other ones. I do not recommend the Ally. I do not recommend the Legion Go. No, well, maybe the Steam Deck. Maybe the Steam Deck, but definitely not the Windows-based ones. Not until the Xbox Ally X comes out. When the Xbox Ally X comes out, we will revisit the Microsoft handhelds. So as far as I'm concerned, all of the current Microsoft Windows-based handhelds are a complete skip until the Xbox Ally X and the Xbox Ally comes out later this year. So Switch 2 is really the only choice currently. And I think it's actually more powerful than the Steam Deck, because the Steam Deck, I forget exactly the metrics, but I was looking at the performance of the Switch 2 RTX 2050 mobile. So the Switch 2 is very similar to the NVIDIA. Oh, and the funny thing is, I was thinking about this too. I was thinking about like AMD. This is really unrelated, but this is more like an AMD versus NVIDIA thing. But real quick, a quick aside. I realized how the Steam Deck sold like 4 million units in like 3 years, and it's all AMD-based hardware. And then all the Windows-based gaming handhelds, like the Ally, the Claw, well, not the Claw, well, the new Claw, and like all of them, Legion Go, all those other ones, they're all AMD chipsets. They're all AMD SoCs. The only one that's NVIDIA is the Nintendo. Nintendo Switch and Switch 2 are the only ones that are NVIDIA. And so NVIDIA, I don't know, man. NVIDIA picks and chooses who they want to partner with. NVIDIA partnered up with Nintendo, and in 4 days, the Switch 2 sold 3.5 million units. So as far as I'm concerned, like, if we're talking Nvidia versus AMD in the mobile gaming, what's hilarious is the Steam Deck, the AMD Steam Deck, sold 4 million units in 3 years. The Nvidia Nintendo Switch 2 sold almost, it's literally 500,000 units away from catching up with the Steam Deck, and it's only been on the market for 1 week. Dude, Nvidia, man, like these guys, I don't know what it is. They are so lucky when they figure out what to do, man. Like you partner with Nintendo and it's like you're already catching up. You literally almost caught up to AMD in the handheld market in like 1 week. In 1 week. And we aren't even counting the original Switch. I know the original Switch sold like, I don't know, like what? They shipped like 140 million or whatever units, almost as much as the PlayStation 2 at this point. But man, Nvidia is on a roll. Talk about market share. Wow. 1 week, 3.5 million in like 4 days. Not even 1 week. That's insane. That is insane, dude. Crazy. And this thing is the RTX 2050 mobile. The Switch 2 is basically this thing, only it isn't even as powerful as this because it has less. It's like 1,500 cores versus the full 2,048. It's LP DDR5X, which this is GDDR6, so it's completely different from this. I think it's 128-bit bus though, but the point is you can kind of look at where it performs. So the Switch 2 is about as powerful as the old AMD Radeon HD 7970, which means in terms of desktop graphics cards, the Switch 2 is similar to a GTX 1050 Ti or a Radeon 7970 from back in 2012. So that is kind of like what it has in terms of the power. And the Steam Deck, if I'm not mistaken, is weaker than that. The Steam Deck is more like a GTX 1050 or something, if I'm not mistaken. But the Steam Deck does have more, like, you can change the power profile. The Switch 2, you can't really change the power profile. So they're actually quite similar. The Steam Deck and the Switch 2 are actually very similar in terms of their capabilities, in terms of SoC processing power and teraflops and things like that. I forget how much RAM the Steam Deck has, but the Switch 2 has 12 gigabytes. 9 gigabytes for VRAM purposes, or I guess the game purposes, and then 3 gigabytes for the operating system. So I think it's a fairly well-balanced system. I wish it had 16. So my main things in terms of hardware, I really wish the Switch 2 had 16 gigabytes instead of 12 gigabytes. And the other thing they could have done was they could have made the built-in storage have been at least 512 gigabytes instead of 256 gigabytes. These are areas, I don't know if Nintendo will ever change the memory, because I think that's kind of like a hard limit in terms of RAM. But I would expect if they do a Switch 2 OLED, like 2 years from now or whatever, it'll most likely have 512 gigabytes of storage. I don't think they're going to do the full 1 terabyte built in, although I really think if they did 1 terabyte built in day one, this thing would have been like a perfect 10 as a console launch. But because it only has the biggest problems, I wish it had 16 gigs of RAM instead of 12. And I wish it had 1 terabyte of storage, or at the very least 512 gigabytes of storage instead of 256. 256 is okay. It's acceptable. But it really makes it feel like if you have a decent gaming collection, especially if you're someone who had a lot of like Switch 1 games that were on your backlog, you're really going to feel the desire to get something like this, a Memory Express card, pretty quick, because especially like the big one, which is impossible to find right now. The 1 terabyte that I have, because the 1 terabyte fixed all my problems. I put that 1 terabyte in there, bam, that's 1.2 terabytes of storage all of a sudden. So I went from 0.2 to 1.2. Big upgrade. So I think that those are the main things that I think it needed in terms of like in order for it to have been a perfect 10 in my mind. A little bit more RAM and a little bit more actual storage. So but overall, I think this is probably one of my favorite console launches of all time. I'm trying to think back to the console launches that I remember. So the first big one for me personally was the Xbox 360 and then the PlayStation 3. That was when I kind of started my, we'll say, gaming. I don't know. I don't want to say gaming career because I'm not like a pro gamer or anything. But I remember the Xbox 360 launch and the PlayStation 3 launch a year after. I also kind of remember the Wii launch, but I wasn't really into the Wii back in the day. But basically, those were the first consoles that I really, really remember. And then PlayStation 4, I remember Xbox One and PlayStation 4. I did not participate in either of those. I ended up getting a PS4 it was like around when Bloodborne came out, which would have been like 2015. So I didn't even get a PS4 at launch. But I did get a PS4. And I eventually got a PS4 Pro, I think in like early 2018 or sometime in like 2016. It was like after the PS4 Pro had been out for at least a year. So I vaguely remember those launches, but I didn't really participate in the 8th generation of consoles. Now, the one where I really tried to participate in, but because it took place during the pandemic, was the Xbox Series X and the PS5. I was one of the lucky ones who managed to get the PS5 on launch. And if you guys remember anything about the 9th generation launch back in the fall of 2020, that was the midst of the pandemic. That was when it was like so hard to get anything, and scalpers were at the top of their game, and websites would crash, like Best Buy would crash. People trying to buy RTX 3080, like that was a big mess. So the PS5 launch was an infamous launch, we'll say. It was not one that I enjoyed. It was a stressful launch. It was not a good launch. Whereas now we fast forward to the Switch 2 launch, and the Switch 2 launch was relatively smooth. If you really wanted one, as long as you put in the effort to get one on launch day, you had a very good chance to get one. So probably the best launch I've ever participated in a long time. Definitely better than all the GPU launches, for sure. Especially the ones that came out this year. Because all the GPU launches this year have been trash. In terms of like availability and things like that. And having to deal with scalpers. So overall, Switch 2 is great. Like I highly recommend it. Especially if you have a family, like HDZ was saying, the Switch 2 is an excellent choice for anyone who has like a family or kids or whatever. Like, it's great. I cannot recommend it enough. Anyway, so I guess that summarizes this. What else do we got here? Switch 2 is selling twice as fast as the OG Switch. So this is basically, speaking of the original Switch. So I did get a Switch in 2017, which was the year that it launched. But I did not get one at launch. I'm trying to remember, I think I got it in the summer of 2017. It had been out for a couple of months when I got mine. But mine is still the original one. It's like version 1 of the hardware revision. It's the same as the launch model. I never got an OLED. I never got whatever the newer ones were. So I basically have a launch Switch, and now I have a launch Switch 2. And those are really the only modern handhelds that I use for gaming. Like, I do have all the PSPs, and I do have the PS Vita, but I don't know. I think about how Sony has been out of the handheld space. I mean, they did come out with the PlayStation Portal, which is like a remote play device for streaming games off of your PlayStation 5, which is an interesting idea. But like I was telling a Best Buy employee last week, I think that in order for consoles to stay relevant into the future, all future generation consoles need to be like the Switch 2. They need to do what Nintendo is doing. They need to have a docking station so that they can maintain the backwards compatibility with traditional home theater-based console gaming, but they also need the flexibility of a handheld portable device to differentiate themselves from your big premium PC gaming desktop, and also differentiate themselves from like smartphone gaming as a more premium gaming exclusive experience versus like gaming on a handheld tablet or, you know, like an Android phone or whatever, or on an Apple device. So that's what I think all consoles need to be. Consoles should have they should have been going to the handheld hybrid device for a while. So I'm assuming, so with Xbox recent announcement, their partnership with Asus, that kind of proves that my vision of what consoles should be doing is coming true. But we'll see. It remains to be seen what Sony's going to do. I think Sony ultimately will be the key deciding factor in what happens with consoles. I really think after the Xbox announcement earlier this week, or it was like in the weekend, Sony is probably going to have to put out something like the Nintendo console. Like it's going to have to come up with a hybrid device. But meaning PlayStation 6 is probably going to be a handheld hybrid like the Switch 2 and the Xbox Ally. I think we're not going to get a big traditional. I could be wrong. Maybe the PlayStation 6 will be the very last traditional premium console all by itself. But I don't see why they can't do more frequent hardware revisions instead of having like a 7 to 10 year long lifespan for a console generation. Like someone mentioned in a previous stream that, oh, it's because of the game developers. Well, that's not necessarily true, because how do you explain game developers making mobile games that run on so many different Android phones from so many different generations, and then none of it's really standardized? And then you also have the same thing with PC. So I don't think that consoles have to be this special little world where like they exist as a full generation for a very long time in technology world, in like, you know, in the case of like 7 years for a console lifespan or 10 years for a console lifespan. So I really think handheld's the way to go, not handheld, but hybrid device is the way to go. And the Switch 2 has nailed it in terms of setting the standard. All right, last Switch 2 article before we change topics here. Switch 2 micro SD Express to M.2 SSD adapter is in the works. So the main thing, this is an interesting article because the main thing that I pointed out in my video regarding GameStop's micro SD Express card is that the Switch 2 doesn't work with traditional micro SD cards because it uses NVMe. Those of you who are PC enthusiasts should know exactly what NVMe stands for. Non-volatile memory express. The keyword express. And micro SD Express utilizes NVMe technology, which means micro SD Express utilizes PCIe signaling to communicate or to do the read and write operations with the operating system. So this is the reason why a traditional micro SD does not work with the Switch 2, because the Switch 2 requires NVMe protocol signaling over PCIe. And there is the technical reason why the micro SD doesn't work with the Switch 2. And you have to get a newer, faster micro SD Express. Micro SD Express is, think of it like M.2 SSD only, not nearly as fast because it doesn't have enough surface area to dissipate heat, so it's going to be much more limited in the read and write speeds, but it can get up to like 1 gig per second sequential read and write transfer speeds, which is significantly faster than anything the traditional micro SD can do. So, let me see, what is this article saying? So it's saying that The micro SD Express supports SD Express 7.1 standard, which exposes a true PCIe. There we go. I was right. PCIe signaling Gen 3 X1 interface and utilizes the NVMe protocol for communication. As such, the adapter maps an X1 PCIe from the Switch 2's micro SD Express slot to a standard M.2 NVMe, and no protocol translation is required as the Switch 2 host controller handles everything. I knew this was exactly how it works, because as long as you understand the fundamentals of what micro SD Express does, then it makes absolute sense that something like this would work. So interesting. So it's like a GitHub project at this point. But it could end up creating the possibility for like docked storage to exist. Like if someone had a, or I don't know about USB, because USB is not going to, we're not talking USB 4. So unless the Switch 2 supports USB 4, and I don't know offhand if it does, yeah, it most likely doesn't, unless it's USB 4 compatible. USB 4 requires something called PCIe tunneling. So technically, you can drive NVMe drives over USB 4, because USB 4 is basically Thunderbolt 3 protocol just sent to an open standard. So that's an interesting article. I like this article because it proves everything that I assumed about the Switch 2 to be true. Because I didn't know for a fact. I mean, I was just kind of like, okay, I know what Express is, I know what NVMe is, so that means it must be using PCIe. And it looks like it is what it is. So, okay, if the Switch 2 uses USB 4, maybe an external M.2 adapter is possible. But I don't know. Like, we would have to figure out if it has USB 4 support or not. Okay, so that was the Switch 2. I've been having a lot of fun with the console. I've been playing a lot of Mario Kart World and Breath of the Wild, as well as Rune Factory, and a couple of other games. I got Street Fighter 6. I'm actually surprised how good Street Fighter 6 looks on the Switch 2. Street Fighter 6 is a massive, massive game, though. It's like almost 50 gigabytes on the console, the Switch 2 edition. Okay, let's discuss some other things now. Where do we want to start? There's like a bunch of AMD stuff here. I guess we'll start with this one. AMD, so in other news, so whereas last week was all about gaming. Last week was the void of, it was like basically all these different gaming events took place last week, including the Switch 2 launch, to fill the void left behind by E3. Because start of June, that used to be when E3 took place every year, and now it's been gone for years. So now what you have is these disaggregated gaming events, we'll call them. So like, I call it the Jeff Keighley show. I think it's called the Summer Game Fest. But anyway, PlayStation did their State of Play literally the day before, on the eve of the Switch 2 launch, and they revealed some interesting games. Then there was the Summer Game Fest. I think it was the day after, which was the day of the Switch 2 launch, or was the day after that? I forget if it was Thursday or Friday. And then Microsoft had the Xbox Showcase. So we had like three, and then I think like PC Gamer did one, PC one, which I didn't pay attention to, but there was that also. So there was like 4 different gaming, we'll call them events, or big showcases with a lot of announcements for games that are coming out later this year, as well as games that are coming out next year. I like that most of what we saw in all of these announcements were games that are either coming out in the second half of this year or early next year. There wasn't a lot of games that were like, you know, release date unknown. I mean, a lot of them for next year were slated for next year, or they said early next year. Like in the case of Resident Evil Requiem. Resident Evil comes out February, I think February 27th of next year. So that is, I mean, they gave us a release date. Onimusha, that was 2026. No release date, but it's 2026. Ninja Gaiden 4, October this year. So now we have a release. I think it's like the end of October. So, lots of good news in that regard that you don't have to wait too long. But I was thinking, man, 2026, like this year and next year, have so many action games that people who are like really into action games, they're going to have like a massive backlog next year because there are so many games. Code Vein 2 was announced. I wasn't even expecting that. Code Vein 2 just kind of came out of nowhere. There's the Onimusha game. I mean, there's like, what, 3 Ninja Gaidens coming out this year? There was Ninja Gaiden 2 Black back in January. Now we're getting Ragebound next month. Or I guess, no, I think it's actually the end of this month, if I'm not mistaken. And then Ninja Gaiden 4 is coming out at the end of the year. So we also got Stellar Blade on PC, although that doesn't really count because it's not a new game. But that's another action game that's available now on the PC platform. Kazan was back in March. Lies of P Overture was literally last Friday. Yeah, there's just a ton. There's a ton of action games. Yeah, Resident Evil 9 is next year. There's a couple of other ones that I'm forgetting. Hell Is Us is also, I think, this fall or something. Silent Hill F is later this year. I mean, there's just too many to keep up with. I'm having a hard time keeping track of all of them because there's too many of them. The Dusk Bloods for Switch 2 from Software next year. So it's like, oh yeah, if you need another reason to get the Switch 2, well, From Software's next big game is a Switch 2 exclusive for next year. So a lot of people are calling that Bloodborne 2, and it maintains exclusivity, only now it's like a different platform. So, Donkey Kong Bonanza is next month, yeah. So there's just too many to keep track of. And I know there's a bunch of those like Chinese ones, like Lost Soul, Arise, I think it got moved, Wu Chang. There's like a whole bunch, man. There's a whole bunch. There's that Gwendolyn one or Guinevere one or whatever. Like there's like so many different action games that are coming out. The big platformer this year is Donkey Kong Bonanza. I think the Mario game would be like next year or the year after. If you're talking like brand new Mario IP, that's not this year. The big Mario game this year is Mario Kart World. Do we know that Nintendo funded that From game? I don't know. You have to look at who the publisher is. It depends who the publisher is. Is that right? Because didn't Sony... I don't know if that's 100% true. You want to look at who the publisher is for the game in Japan. That is what I would look for. Because Sony was the publisher for Demon's Souls, the original Demon's Souls on the PlayStation 3. Sony was the publisher in Japan. Now, Atlas published it in North America. I forget who published it in the EU. It might have been Sony. I don't think it was Atlas, or maybe it was Atlas. But you look at who publishes it in Japan, because they're the ones who ends up being the rights holder, ultimately. Like, for example, all the Dark Souls games was Bandai Namco. Bandai Namco is not a hardware console vendor, so it's not locked down to a specific system. Demon's Souls was Sony, so it belongs to Sony. That's the reason why Demon's Souls is still a PlayStation exclusive. Bloodborne was also... To my knowledge, Bloodborne was Sony. Yeah, okay. It's pretty sure it's 100% Sony because I remember the Sony Computer Entertainment splash screen when you load up the game. So, you know what I want to see Nintendo bring back? Even though I think the owner of the IP is Namco Bandai, even though Monolith did the Xenosaga trilogy. The Xenosaga trilogy from the PlayStation 2 era. I want to see that remastered. Like oh man, I hope someday that the Xenosaga trilogy can get a remaster, a proper remaster from whoever owns the rights to that. I think Namco Bandai, because Harada has tweeted multiple times that he has tried to ask the higher ups, the C-suite management, like, can we redo this? Can we bring this game? And they're like, no. So I think Namco is the one that has to make that happen. I don't think Nintendo owns the rights to that, but Nintendo owns the developer because they bought out Monolith Soft. So that game, unfortunately, is in a really weird limbo where it's like, I think like the publisher and the developer are kind of split from each other. And what would Namco need to do if they wanted to bring like Xenosaga back to modern platforms? Like, I don't know. I really wish maybe Namco just needs to team up with Nintendo, man. Just if Nintendo's got the developers that'll do it, then just bring it to the Switch too. I don't care. Like, just bring Xenosaga back. But I guess right now what they need to do, they need to make Switch 2 updates for all the Xenoblade games. Xenoblade Chronicles 1, 2, 3, and X all need Switch 2 update enhanced editions. But Xenosaga was such a good one. That was such a good trilogy from the PlayStation 2 era. That's just one example of the incredibly high quality games, the innovative games of that PlayStation 2 generation. So, we are completely off topic. So let's stop talking about gaming here and let's discuss hardware. So the AMD Instinct MI350 launched its 3 nanometer, 185 billion transistors, 288 gigabytes of HBM3 memory with FP4 and FP6 support. MI355X is 35 times faster than ME300 and 2.2 times faster than Blackwell B200. So AMD did a whole bunch of announcements for AI, for their AI chips this week. I literally think it was either today or yesterday when they made all these announcements. But they are really starting to push these SoCs, these chips, into a lot of devices that are not your typical computers or your typical servers. Like, I'm talking like network switches in the data center. AMD, so that was the other thing too. Like, Cisco Live took place this past week. Cisco announced a whole bunch of new network switches. They're calling them smart switches. And they're utilizing an AMD coprocessor that is basically an AI processor. It's like the one that goes in like laptops for AI tasks. So what they're doing is they're starting to make newer network devices that have AI machine learning based algorithms built into the operating system to do things like automate dynamic ACLs, do micro segmentation, basically secure the network in smarter, more scalable ways, and also mitigate and rapidly figure out threat detection and mitigation. And you guys got to think about it, like the network, the amount of data going across these internet service provider pipes, going in between data centers, in between company offices, is becoming enormous, especially with all the AI traffic that's going to be generated. That's a bunch of east-west traffic, north-south traffic. So this is huge for AMD long-term because they're putting their chips into other things. They're basically doing what Intel has been doing for decades. And that is really good to see because Intel, a lot of people who only build gaming PCs have no knowledge of what I'm about to say. But Intel has had their x86 CPUs in so many different devices besides your typical desktop or laptop. Intel x86 CPUs are in networking switches, networking routers, big carrier class routers, branch routers, campus edge routers, all those devices. Intel is in all of those things. Intel, as you guys probably know, also has their own networking division. They make network interface cards, or NICs. You think about your typical motherboard, regardless of whether it's using an AMD CPU or an Intel CPU, there's a high probability that if it's not using a Realtek Ethernet port, it's probably using an Intel Ethernet port. That is correct. You could have a Ryzen-based AM5 motherboard with an Intel network interface card. It could be Intel Wi-Fi, an Intel Ethernet, LAN ports, or it could be something else. But Intel has a massive network division, and they have been doing this for decades. But AMD is going in the AI market with their superior process technology, leveraging TSMC. They have kind of almost left Intel in the dust, especially in the enterprise and server side. And now they're advancing further with their MI400 series for the big AI carrier class data center server for model training. Inferencing, they're going with a completely different architecture, leveraging either AMD's Radeon GPUs, the CDNA GPUs, or NVIDIA's GPUs with the AMD EPYC CPUs. So there are so many different parts now outside of just the PC gaming market that AMD plays in, especially with the acquisition of Pensando. They now have all these DPUs, and they also acquired Xilinx a few years ago. So they're in like a bunch of things now that I don't think Intel ever expected this to happen. But this shows what happens when you have good leadership and you leverage strong partnerships with your foundry peers, in this case, TSMC. So, very good to see, because I can't believe this was a company not a decade ago, but almost a decade ago. This company was expected to file for bankruptcy by 2019. They were expected to go out of business, and the Abu Dhabi group was supposed to divest out of them, and these guys were supposed to just go away and no longer exist, and their IP would have just been sold off to maybe Samsung or whoever. But clearly that's not the case. That didn't happen, and they are now one of the most important companies in providing as NVIDIA calls it, the AI infrastructure era. Because NVIDIA, if you guys listened to Jensen at the GTC, you would have heard that we are moving into a different era of human civilization, according to NVIDIA. We are no longer in the internet age. This is now moving into the AI infrastructure, or the AI age. And the infrastructure needs to be upgraded to support the next giant technology leap. We are hitting a wall with semiconductor technology. The next frontier is something called quantum computing, which we did talk about on a previous episode of Tech Thursdays. We talked about quantum computing. So if you're into like futuristic technology, you definitely want to get subscribed to this channel if you're a new viewer. But we have discussed quantum computing in the past, and we may talk about it again as it comes up. Cisco was talking about it at Cisco Live. Like, quantum computing is a very interesting thing, because that is probably the next giant leap that is going to make technology return to that massive leap every generation, because we aren't really getting those leaps anymore. You know, it used to be that CPU generations were like 40, 60%. If you go further back, it was like 100% uplift, back in the 90s. But now you think about Zen 4 to Zen 5, and like everyone was making fun of it last year, Zen 5%, it's 5% faster. 20 years ago, it was like 100% faster from the previous generation. Now it's like 5% faster. And then Intel, negative 2.5% faster. From 14th gen to Intel Core Ultra, there was a negative. There was actual performance regression. So you think about like how we're hitting a wall with technology, with silicon, semiconductor technology. This is the reason why something has to change, and it's either going to come down to software optimization or newer ways of doing CPU architecture that are just completely out of left field. But newer frontiers beyond that would be quantum computing. And the only company recently that has talked about quantum computing, I know NVIDIA talked about it recently, a few months back. Cisco was talking about it at Cisco Live this week. They announced all the stuff with AMD and NVIDIA. And they talked about quantum devices and protecting the network from quantum-based attacks. They call it quantum resistant. I don't know exactly how it works, but effectively it signals to me that all these tech companies are strongly researching quantum computing, which is a good thing to see, because that is the sort of thing that we need if we are going to expect to see giant performance uplifts in the next 20 years. Because it's definitely not going to come from traditional node shrinks. Like semiconductor silicon is almost, at its end of the line. So newer alternatives like quantum is going to have to come in and save the day if we are going to continue to progress on this technology curve. But anyway, AMD announced all that good stuff for AI. Compared to NVIDIA, they're saying, 1.6x faster memory, or I guess more memory bandwidth. FP64 2.1x versus NVIDIA's B200. So, and then at GB200 also, it's faster than that. I mean, this is expected. This is typical. Like, they always leapfrog each other in the data center. It's more back and forth than it is in the consumer world, because they're prioritizing based off of what their fabrication capacity is from TSMC. So obviously you're going to have to go where the money is. So NVIDIA has already migrated away from gamers over to the AI market. But NVIDIA hasn't abandoned gamers. It's called Nintendo Switch 2. NVIDIA's gift to the gamers was through their partnership with Nintendo this year with the launch of the Switch 2, giving gamers Ampere-based gaming technology. So everything else is all AI focused, though, in terms of all the innovation. So moving on, AMD's next-gen CDNA architecture is based on GFX 1250 graphics IP. UDNA GPU generation after that. So their unified DNA is going to combine RDNA and CDNA in order to combat NVIDIA's CUDA ecosystem. Really, the focus now is on developing an alternative to CUDA, because CUDA has such a monopoly in the AI development stack that there's always going to be an opposition. Like, every time something gets really big and really successful, like in the case of NVIDIA's CUDA, there will always be this counter force that will just naturally come into existence out of necessity. Like this is a fundamental universal constant. Like, this always happens. Every time you have something, you will always have like an opposite to it. You'll have an opposition to it. Like, it's a natural occurrence with human civilization. So with NVIDIA's CUDA, now the AMD ROCm has manifested itself as the alternative to NVIDIA's CUDA. Now, if you're on Linux, you're probably already aware of this because it's been available to Linux users for many years now. But Windows, it is coming to Windows, I've been told, soon, or it's already like available in certain graphics cards. But it's almost always exclusively the latest and greatest graphics cards, and they kind of like haphazardly like backported some of the older ones. But that's why being on the latest and greatest to being on the bleeding edge of the technology sometimes does have its perks. But this is the architecture that will most likely go toe-to-toe with the RTX 6090 at the end of next year. This will be the final, well, I don't know about the final, but this will be the clash of the titans. You'll have NVIDIA's RTX 6090 for almost $5,000 or whatever it'll end up. I don't think it'll be $5,000, but it will be expensive. It'll probably be like $3,000 or more. So the RTX 6090 versus AMD's flagship GPU, which will probably be at least $1,500, if not close to $2,000 or whatever dollars. So they're going to be the clash of the titans. You'll have AMD's flagship equaling NVIDIA's flagship. Both of them will beat the RTX 5090. So stay tuned for that. That's going to take place at the end of next year. All right, PCI SIG releases PCIe 7.0. That's right, 7.0. PCI Gen 7. Not Gen 6. We're currently on Gen 5, but oh no, they released Gen 7. Gen 7 specification with up to 128 giga transfers per second. Industry's first PCIe optical solution. Now, we have talked about optical technology on this channel in a previous episode of Tech Thursdays. Similar to quantum computing, we discussed optical computing in the past. So maybe we do need to do another paint session on these topics because these are very advanced topics. But they're very interesting topics because I think about 20 years in the future from now, people building desktop computers, 20 years from now, it'll be nothing like building desktop computers today. You think about how building a computer today is not like building a computer 20 or 30 years ago. It's completely different. 20 years ago, we had what? USB like 1.0, maybe USB 2.0 was like brand new or something. So, you know, like we are pretty far away from that. Serial interfaces, parallel interfaces, IDE cables, you know, like those sort of things. People who only started building PCs in the last 5 years have no idea what I'm talking about when I say IDE cables, PATA cables, you know. Some people today building computers for the first time, they don't even know what SATA is. They don't even use SATA. Optical drives were a normal thing in the computer 20 years ago. So building a computer 20 years ago was very different. I mean, okay, fundamentally, it's kind of the same. You still have thermal paste. You still have like heat sinks and things like that. But, you know, the standards were different. We were on PCIe 20 years ago. We were on PCIe Gen 1. Yeah, PCIe Gen 1. And there was something called AGP and regular PCI, not PCI Express, old school PCI. So this is what I mean by 20 years in the future, building a computer is going to be nothing like building a computer today. There will be no SATA in 20 years from now. In fact, there might not even be SATA in like 7 years from now. So the industry will change. Standards will change. Quantum computing will eventually take off. These optical solutions are going to take off. Optical cables. So if you're somebody who is on the bleeding edge of monitors and TVs, like if you're running like 4K, high refresh 4K, 5K, 8K especially, you need optical active HDMI cables. When we say active or optical, it means that They're using lasers. They're literally using lasers to send the signal as a light medium, not a typical capacitive, inductive, electrical signal. It's completely different, and it is immune to EMI, electromagnetic interference. So there are some advantages with optical, but optical is not very cost effective today because it is not used outside of telecommunications and enterprise environments. This is not something that you typically see in a consumer environment outside of toslink audio cables, which are optical based audio cables. So that's digital audio. So a lot of interesting things that are coming down the pipe here to see. So it sounds like PCIe 7.0 is meant to be optical based. This is probably more so something that we will see in telecommunications and network devices like routers and switches and that sort of thing, possibly servers, and not so much consumer. I just don't understand why the consumer would need PCIe 7.0 at this point. But you can see, like looking at the transfer speeds, the difference between, here is the current generation, PCIe 5.0. One lane of Gen 5 bandwidth is 8 gigabytes per second transfer. But if you have one lane, a single lane of PCIe 7.0 is 32 gigabytes per second. This is gigabytes, not gigabits. So this is very fast. Now you look at the full graphics card X16 bandwidth. An RX 9070 XT at full X16 lanes has access to 128 gigabytes of transfer speed per second on a 9070 XT RDNA 4. But if you look at Gen 7, the 7th generation of PCIe, that same equivalent graphics card in the future will have access to up to 512 gigabytes per second. 512 gigabytes per second. That is crazy to think that that sort of transfer speed will exist in a commercial device in a few years. This is the sort of thing, like there isn't going to be a riser cable doing 512 gigabytes per second transfer. You know, so vertical mount vertical mount GPUs. Now, they'll probably develop optical cables, optical riser cables for PCIe Gen 7. But man, if Gen 5 is already struggling with stability with a riser cable today, and that only maxes at 128 gigabytes per second, how is a vertical mount riser going to handle 512 gigabytes per second of bandwidth on that flimsy little riser cable? Like, that's insane. I don't think it's going to happen. We'll need optical cables. This is the reason why this article exists. So here we go. Confidential. Do not publish. This is supposed to be secret information that is not supposed to be out there in the public. Integrators will list typically finalized 3 years after full specification. It says here, PCIe 5.0, the version 1 was completed in March of 2019. The first time we saw the introduction of PCIe 4.0, if you guys look at this chart, October 2017 was when it was finally ratified as a specification. But when did we finally see Gen 4 devices come to market? Well, it was with the X570 from AMD. With the launch of Zen 2 in July of 2019, that was the first time the world ever got access to PCIe 4.0 from AMD. Similarly, PCIe 5.0, the very first time 5.0, so the version was completed, ratification in 2019. But when did we get the first PCIe 5.0 motherboard? It was at the end of 2021 with the launch of Intel's Z690. The Alder Lake 12th gen Intel was the first consumer desktop platform to bring PCIe 5.0 to the market, but they only brought it with the PEG connector for the graphics card, which means you could not run Gen 5 SSDs on the Z690 motherboard because Intel didn't bring that to market until Z790 the following year, right after the launch of AM5. So AMD with Zen 4 and the X670E was the first consumer desktop platform to support natively Gen 5 SSDs, as well as Gen 5 graphics cards. So that was fall of 2022. So you think about that, PCIe 5.0 has been available since basically since DDR5. So PCIe 5 and DDR5 kind of launched at the same time. They both launched alongside Intel's 12th gen at the end of 2021. I always think of Final Fantasy XIV Endwalker because Endwalker and Alder Lake were together forever. So next we have PCIe 6.0. This one the version was completed January of 2022. It is projected for 2025. So maybe next year we will see PCIe 6.0 motherboards with the launch of Zen 6 in the second half of next year. And Intel's platform, I forget what it's called, Panther Lake or something like that one, whatever the new desktop platform from Intel is, that one will probably also have PCIe 6.0. So expect PCIe 6.0 to be, well, it's not going to be short-lived because if you look at this table, 7.0 was ratified literally this month. The version 1.0 was completed June 2025, right there with the Nintendo Switch 2 launch. So it is projected to make it to Integrators List in 2028. So by the time PCIe 7.0 comes out, AM5 will no longer be AMD's current generation socket. So we may end up seeing like AM6 be with PCIe 6.0, or maybe they'll skip to 7.0 or something. I don't know. We'll see how that goes. But this is an interesting article because it kind of looks at the potential future for those of you that are wanting to build a computer and you're thinking, should you wait until the next generation? Well, if you're waiting for 7.0, you're going to be waiting until the end of 2028. So you're literally going to be waiting 3.5 years. Remember what I always say, 3 years is the life of a CPU. Once a CPU, well, okay, it's not the life of a CPU. It is the useful life of a CPU. Once a CPU becomes 3 years old, it is considered middle-aged. It is no longer in its prime. Once a CPU turns 5 years old, it becomes an elderly retired CPU, or it should be considering retirement after the 5-year mark. Once a CPU becomes 7 years old, it is considered an ancient dinosaur, and anything current will be significantly better than the 7-year-old CPU. So that is 3, 5, 7 years. And the reason why this logic makes a lot of sense, and those of you who work in procurement, those of you who have access to supply chain data, knows that I am 100% accurate when I'm talking about 3, 5, and 7-year life cycles for technology, because most enterprise grade electronic devices, so if we're talking like CPUs from AMD or Intel, if we're talking final OEM based devices like servers with EPYC CPUs, for example, or Intel Xeon CPUs, they operate on a 3, 5, or 7-year support life cycle. Now, if the owner of these devices opts to if they desire support longer than any of those 3 numbers, like if they want to go beyond 7 years, for example, they can buy extended support. It's very similar to somebody buying an extended car warranty. That's basically what that is. But normally, you guys think about it, a factory car warranty is 3 years or 5 years. And the powertrain warranty is typically, depending on the manufacturer, it's 5 years or, 100,000 miles or something. But usually, if you're someone who doesn't drive a lot, you're going to exhaust the warranty at 5 years. Sometimes they do 7 years, but you have to pay extra typically to access the 7-year warranty. So you think about that. 3-year, 5-year, 7-year, those are kind of very good metrics, if you will, to determine whether or not a given CPU or GPU is still considered good. So once a CPU is 3 years old, it's no longer considered, it's no longer something you can brag about because it's not the best of the best. Once a CPU is 5 years old, it's definitely not the best of the best at all. I mean, even if someone has like a budget, so like for example, what's a CPU that's like 5 years old? So let's see, we are in 2025. So anyone who is on a Ryzen 3000 series CPU, a Ryzen 7 3800X, or a Ryzen 9 3950X, or Ryzen 5 3600X, or an Intel equivalent would be the Intel i9 9900K. That CPU is late 2018 or like summer 2018. So that's even older. That's like that's coming up on 8 years actually. So wait, what is Intel's? I guess 10th gen Intel. 10th gen Intel is like 5 years old. Yeah, it's about 5 years old. So anyone who's on like an i9 10900K, I'm sorry, but your CPU is trash. It literally, no offense, I'm just telling it as it is. It's not the best CPU. It's going to bottleneck all the modern GPUs at 1080p resolution, guaranteed. Good luck trying to run Monster Hunter Wilds with a 10900K at any resolution, even 720p. It'll bottleneck any modern GPU, even a RX 7600 is going to be bottlenecked by a 10700K in Monster Hunter Wilds at 1080p resolution. Guaranteed CPU bottleneck. We have lots of live stream videos proving this. So yeah, 9900K, man, that CPU was like 2018. That means in a couple of months, the 9900K will be 7 years old, which basically means it is an ancient dinosaur. It is like the oldest of the old, and that CPU is high time to upgrade. Like, that's the type of CPU that is the 9900K is an example of like desperately needing an upgrade for real. 900K. Good luck trying to play Monster Hunter Wilds with a 900K. That, although, now granted, Intel's 10th gen wasn't even that much better than their 9th gen, so it'll probably run the game similar to 10th gen, but the point still stands. Monster Hunter Wilds will bring that CPU to its knees within seconds of booting up the game. The shader compile times are going to be super long on a 9900K, and then once you're in, you're just going to immediately be CPU bottlenecked 100% of the time. Tech years are worse than dog years? Yeah, they are. Yeah, they are. Tech years are way worse than dog years. Like I said, when a CPU hits 3 years old, it's like a 45-year-old human. When a CPU reaches 3 years old, it's like a 45-year-old human being. Think about that. When a CPU turns 5 years old, it's like it's pushing 70 years old in terms of human years. And once a CPU is 7 years old, it is literally pushing centenarian lifespan. It is on the cusp of being 100 years old in terms of human years. Human years. So think about that. The 9900K, when it hits August of 2025, the 9900K will be like a 100-year-old human being. Can you imagine forcing a 100-year-old human to run a marathon? Force a human that's 100 years old to run in a triathlon. That is what it means to force a 9900K to play Monster Hunter Wilds. This is all true. This is the truth. You go look up the EOLs, man. If you don't believe me, go look up EOLs. A lot of gamers don't pay attention. They don't know any of this stuff. We're talking based off of enterprise and professional technology here. 900K owners sweating right now. All those people out there on the Digital Foundry like test machine, you know what I'm talking about? The Digital Foundry Ryzen 5 3600. Dude, the Digital Foundry machine, I know why they use a 3600. That's because they're trying to mimic like PlayStation 5 and Xbox Series X. But the Ryzen 5 3600 is from the summer of 2019. So that is what, like 6 years old? It's about to be 6 years old. So it's like 80 years old in human years. That is like way past retirement age. Yeah, 900K is a dinosaur. All right, so that doesn't mean it wasn't a good CPU. It was a good CPU when it was, back when it was young. It's like times change, man. Like no one is like a 21-year-old Hollywood actor or actress for their entire life. That's just not how it works. Same thing with CPUs. CPUs age just like humans. They just age a lot faster than humans. I mean, we're not the ones being subjected to high temperatures and voltage all the time. You know what I'm saying? Like, especially if you overclock the thing. All right, so what else we got here? AMD manages to shift the dynamics of data center markets into its favor. Server CPU market share now poised to match Intel by 2026. Yeah, okay, well, this is another thing. Like, I don't know what Intel's doing, man. Like, I don't know what Intel's strategy is right now. I don't know if they should have gotten rid of Pat Gelsinger. I don't think Pat Gelsinger was the problem. He may have been a symptom of the problem, but Intel's... They've got stuff. It's just like, I don't know what their overall strategy is. It's like, it's not clear to me. Like, Intel is basically like trying to do the Microsoft thing and like chase whatever the trend is. It's like, oh, AI, everyone go AI, everyone go AI. Intel's like, oh, we gotta go AI, we gotta go AI.
Well, just saw a great deal for Strix C870E. So I will change to 9800X3D. But how much diff between G-Skill DDR5 48GB 8001, 35 VVS1, 45V?
In general, the lower the voltage, the better. So you always want to try to get the RAM. So the rule of thumb is you want a memory kit that can reach the highest clocks out of the box. So the advertised speed, like for example, you're in your super chat DDR5 8000. So DDR5 8000 at 1.35 volts is going to ultimately be easier and better long-term usability versus 1.45. That doesn't mean that 1.45 is bad. 1.45 just means that you're going to be more limited. Now, usually with the newer DDR5 kits, if I see a memory kit that has 1.45 volts for the VDD-Q and the VDD, they usually have tighter timings, which means their cast latency is usually lower than the 1.35 volts. So I'll give you an example. If you are looking at DDR5 8000 at 1.35 volts, typically the cast latency will be 40. So it'll be DDR5 8000 CL40 at 1.35 volts. If you're looking at RAM that is rated for DDR5 8000 at 1.45 volts, usually that means that it's cast latency 38, maybe CL36. Now, personally, if I had to choose between 1.35 CL40 versus 1.45 CL38 or 36, I would opt for CL40 1.35 volts because you end up spending less money and you can always try to overclock the RAM to match the CL36 or CL38 1.45 volts because typically it's the same Hynix SK Hynix what is it? It's not B die, it's M die. It's usually Hynix M die. So you're getting the same RAM chips, but the 1.45 volts are probably, the lower latency ones are probably the better binned one. But I don't know. I personally don't like running RAM at 1.45 volts. If you want to run RAM at 1.45 volts, you need active cooling. So just like Safi is saying, that is absolutely correct. If you are going to use 1.45 volt RAM, you must use active cooling on the RAM. Most of the people who are complaining about blue screens and instability, when I ask them their specs, they tell me that they load Expo and they have instability. And then I go look at what they're running and it's like 1.45 volts. And guess what? Their RAM is running really hot. Their RAM gets to over 60 degrees while gaming because their graphics card is heating up the case and it's causing the RAM to become unstable. Crystal, thanks for joining the channel. Much appreciated. But yeah, 1.45 volts must use active cooling. Now, I have tested the new CUDIM or CU DIMMs at 8200. I need, at 1.4 volts, 8200, I require active cooling. That is even with 1.4 volts. So it depends on your case cooling. If you've got loud fans and you've got heavy airflow and you can hear the computer from one end of your room, then you're probably okay with 1.45 volts. But if you're someone like me and you want your computer to be dead quiet, it has to be silent. I don't want to hear it. It's going to sit on a carpeted floor and it has to be quiet all the time, even while gaming. If you're that sort of person, you do not want 1.45 volts unless you have a good active cooling fan directly over your memory sticks. So this is the personal reason why I recommend CL40 DDR5 8000 at 1.35 volts, because you don't need active cooling and the computer can be dead silent and you're still getting the benefits of DDR5 8000 with the full memory bandwidth. So that's my recommendation. But you can do whatever you want, but my rule of thumb is if you want DDR5 8000, it's going to be DDR5 8000, 1.35 volts, cast latency 40, set it and forget it, and that's it, and move on. It's very easy. There's no instability. As long as you have a high-end motherboard, and the Strix E-E will handle it. So that's all there is I have to say on that. Otherwise, you're going to run higher density at like 6,000 or 6,400. And that's a completely different story because everybody seems to want like 1-to-1, which I don't believe in. And I think that most of the people that are having instability on newer BIOSes is because they're trying to run 1-to-1 at like 6,400 and their CPUs are not stable. But anyway, that's nothing to do with the RAM, although it is somewhat related to RAM. 1.29 volt at CL36. 1.29 for what? 1.29 VSOC? That's really high VSOC. I would never run VSOC that high all the time. Not long term. Do you get some better fans? What are the quietest? You just have to have active cooling over the RAM. So you have to have a fan that is basically placed directly on the memory chips. So if we bring up Paint here, this is the CPU. So the CPU is over here. You have RAM slots right here. 1, 2, 3. This is especially true if you want to run 4 sticks of RAM. 1, 2, 3, 4. This means if you have active cooling, you need to have a motherboard that has a fan that attaches to one of the standoffs. So on the motherboard, there are these ATX screws. There's like one here, one here, I think, and then like one over here or something like that. There's the ATX standoff screws. Like this. These are where the screws go for the standoffs. Now, some of these newer motherboards, like for example, the Gigabyte X870E Aorus Master and the Aorus Extreme AI Top, they include a fan that literally has like it's got like a little, you can screw it in here. It has like a pole that stands up, and then you effectively have, I'm going to try to draw it in like a 3D, but it's like a fan with the fan blades. And that's a terrible drawing, but the fan is like this, and you have the fan blades going, you know, it's pushing air down onto the RAM. It's pushing air down onto the RAM in this direction. Or it could be, you could attach it, most likely it's going to have to go at the top. But it could go over here, I think. You could put it over here. Or something, well, it's going to be like this. And then you've got the fan like this, and it's kind of like angled, and it's blowing the air, you know, like this. So it's got the air going over the RAM like this. That's active cooling. That's active cooling. That's what I mean. Anyone who's running VDD, VDDQ at 1.4 volts or higher. 1.4 can almost make it. But if you're running high speed, like 8,000 plus at 1.4 volts, no, you have to have active cooling. You will not be stable. You will fail memtest 86 after like 45 minutes. You will fail memtest 86 after 45 minutes if you're running 1.4 volts with no active cooling on the RAM. Unless you're literally testing on like an open test bench and your AC vent is like blowing cold air over your open test bench, that's not representative of a real world use case though. Like you put this thing in a case, you crank it up to 1.4 volts, and then you start running memtest 86 or Y-Cruncher or OCCT, whatever you use to test, it's gonna run errors, man, like within an hour. Guaranteed. Unless you have intake fans at the front of the case that are blowing heavy, heavy air directly across, unless you have that, blowing at like 1400 RPM or more, if you don't have 1400 RPM front intake going directly over the RAM, and this is the reason why I don't like aquarium cases. Aquarium cases are complete and utter garbage for RAM temperatures. You know why? Because on an aquarium case, you have the fans are like here. They're like parallel with the RAM. So they're blowing air like directly at the screen. You know what I'm saying? Like they're blowing air like at us. It's coming out of the screen, not at the RAM. It's blowing it toward the glass. And then someone will be like, oh, but there's like intakes on the bottom. There's intake, yes, there's intakes on the bottom. But you know what's blocking the flow of the intake on the bottom? Oh, a big fat graphics card, a giant cinder block is blocking the airflow from the bottom of the case. So the RAM is literally getting cooked because the GPU is blocking the air. This is why I don't like aquarium cases, and I think they're complete and utter garbage for airflow. No, I'm not talking about a mineral. No. I'm talking about those glass cases that don't have traditional front-to-back intake and exhaust. So the type of cases that could get away with no active cooling are traditional cases like the Antec Performance F1 or whatever, or the ProArt PA602 that I use. You know, like those cases have the big 140 millimeter, triple 140 millimeter, or in the case of the ASUS, dual 200 millimeter fans that are so big, they've got the big airflow, like enterprise grade airflow. It's got the big airflow going straight at the RAM.
Thanks for your fantastic answer. Lucky that I found this channel on weekend for looking advices on mobos and mems for AMD setup. Keep up good work.
Well, I appreciate it. But keep in mind though, guys, what I'm telling you doesn't apply to, this is not just AMD. Like this is not just AMD specific. This is the same. This is if someone was building an Intel CPU build, I would tell them the exact same thing. Like it would literally, the advice doesn't change based off of the CPU, because the limiting factor here is not the CPU. The thing that we're focusing on is actually the memory. It's a memory thing, not a CPU thing. So, but anyway, this is the reason why I always recommend traditional cases that have front intake fans on the very front of the case, not the side, not the back, none of that weird, like, you know, parallel with the motherboards. I hate those cases, man. Like, those cases are terrible for airflow. Like, you can do a smoke test, and it's like, okay, you'll see the air will make its way to the RAM, but the thing is, the rate of flow of the air, the fluid dynamics of the air particles as they go to the RAM from those newer cases, having to go through where the GPU is sitting down here blocking all the airflow, the rate of flow of air going this way is not nearly as fast as what you get from a traditional intake case design, where here there is nothing impeding the airflow. It goes straight from front to back. Now, there's a reason. So think about it like this. Let me try to illustrate this in a more practical way. You think about an enterprise server. Enterprise servers. So let's think about how a server looks. So if this is, let's say we have an EPYC CPU, dual socket server. EPYC. So now we have to put a lot more memory. So now we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And then just copy this, put this here. Okay, this is a server. Now, let's dual socket. Okay? This is inside a server. The server will never, ever, ever have intake fans parallel with the CPU motherboard. So these aquarium cases, these glass cases, these modern PC cases that have cropped up in the past like 3 years or so, they don't follow traditional airflow fluid dynamics, or they don't do it correctly as far as I'm concerned, because you will never see a server do that. A server will always have the airflow front to back or back to front, depending on where the air ducts are for the HVAC system in the data center. So that means that your intake fans will always, let's say we're doing, okay, it doesn't really matter, but we'll just put them like up here for argument's sake. So your fans, if they're like this, there's gonna be a lot of them, and they're gonna be very loud. We're talking like 3,000 RPM, and they're gonna be blowing all the air very quickly directly across all of the components, directly across, front to back or back to front, whatever. This is a rack server, so think of it like it's lying flat on its side, and you're looking at the front or the back, depending on where the fans are. So this is how true airflow design is supposed to be. Not the way these modern cases do it. And that's the reason why there's been an uptick in people running unstable overclocks, unstable RAM, which with older cases and better airflow, they were probably scraping by with marginal stability just because they had better cooling. Now with these modern cases, they have worse cooling, and they're unstable as a result of that. Because as temperature rises, the likelihood of instability also increases. As voltage goes higher, temperature goes higher. As temperature goes higher, you're going to run into all kinds of problems, especially with RAM. So I am not surprised that people are having all kinds of problems with memory instability, especially with DDR5, because DDR5 runs at a much higher speed than DDR4. We're talking way more memory bandwidth, and if you don't have adequate cooling, you're going to run into all kinds of problems with instability. So I myself have never had any of these problems because I follow fluid dynamic principles when building computers and always have optimal airflow. Where are we at RAM? Were you able to test the new? Okay, yeah, I want to talk about that because the members got like a sneak. Members of the YouTube channel, and I did put a post on Patreon talking about this, but the members have access to the new AGESA, the info that I wanted to share. But we'll talk about it here. So in a nutshell, AMD AGESA version. Oh, I wish I kept the old AM. Well, anyway, we'll just put some notes here. So AGESA 1, so combo Pi 1.2.0.3D, and the newer one 1.2.0.3E. These are known as the magical BIOSes. If you're not on these BIOSes, you're going to want to get on these BIOSes ASAP, especially if you have 4 sticks of DDR5. This is the magical RAM. This RAM, I'll give you guys an example. My X870E Crosshair Hero with 4x 24 gigabytes equals 96 gigabytes at 6400 mega transfers. This memory configuration, CL32 1.35 volts. So this memory configuration, the famous memory configuration that I always talk about for 4 sticks of RAM, this in AGESA, in the older BIOS would take 6 minutes, roughly 6 minutes of memory training, i.e. code 15. The Asus Crosshair Hero took a very long time. We're talking like 6 minutes or more of sitting there waiting for memory training to complete. Now, the average Joe who's not that experienced building computers, I almost bet that if somebody tried to build this setup not knowing that the memory training takes more, it can sometimes take more than 6 minutes, they were probably going to think they have defective hardware because they're not going to know that they have to wait 6 minutes for their computer just to post. You know what I'm saying? And it's even worse if somebody has a motherboard that doesn't have a postcode debug. At least with the postcode debug, the average Joe can Google, you know, like code 15, and then they'll find all these Reddit posts talking about, oh, that's just memory training for DDR5, so you just gotta wait it out. So literally, it would always be a pain for me every time I did a BIOS update since getting the Crosshair Hero, because I'm running all this RAM and it's literally 6 minutes just to post. Then you gotta load Expo, then it's another 5 to 6 minutes just to get it to train to your Expo profile. Now, after all of that is said and done, subsequent boot cycles are normal. You know, like that's less than a minute to boot up from a cold start. But the initial one would take 6 minutes or more of memory training. Now, with this magical AGESA, with AGESA 1.2.0.3D, as well as the even newer, which is currently only MSI, has the .3E. Now, the exact same configuration, 4x 24 gigabytes equal 96 gigabytes, 6400 mega transfers, CL32 1.35 volts. Now, with the magical new AGESA, it takes less than 30 seconds for memory training. This is like the magical silver bullet that AM5 has desperately needed for like 2 years. So why it took this long to figure out like how to do memory training more optimally, I have no idea. But I have tested the Asus X870E Crosshair Hero with the magical 1.2.0.3. In fact, we can show you guys right here. CPU-Z, here it is. This is my very motherboard right now. You guys can see we are streaming with an AMD Ryzen 9 9950X Granite Ridge 170 watt TDP.
I was excited for the Xbox Ally X for one second, but then found out it doesn't have OLED. For handheld PC gaming, streaming to the Odin portal from a PC is still the best solution unless you are on a plane.
Yeah, but if you're on a plane, you're still going to need that on-prem. I don't know. I said this earlier in the stream. I don't really care. I don't mind if a handheld device doesn't have OLED, because I'm someone who typically uses the handheld on the lowest brightness setting, and OLED at very, very low backlight is not good because of PWM. As far as I know, there's no DC backlight-based OLED. Until that happens, I actually prefer non-OLED handheld devices like the Switch 2, for example. So to me, it's not an issue. But for people who really, really like OLED, I mean, I guess if you don't ever use your handheld device in a low lit environment where you can benefit from running the brightness level at the minimum brightness level, which also does extend the battery life significantly, then I don't know. If you don't ever do that, then I guess, yeah, you'd want OLED. But for someone like me, I I personally don't think it's an issue, to be honest. I think you get better battery life. I think OLED actually uses more electricity. It uses up the battery more, not less, than traditional IPS, if I'm not mistaken. So, to me, it's not really an issue. But yeah, Odin Portal, I mean, I don't know. I don't really like game streaming. I always think that, I mean, most of the time it's fine. Like if you're on Wi-Fi 7, you know, if you have good signal strength for internet speeds, streaming is usually okay. It also depends on the game. Like if the game is pushing like super high fidelity graphics and requires a lot of bitrate to not look blurry or pixelated, then I guess it's fine. But I don't know. I'm not a huge fan of streaming the game. I always like on-prem, traditional. But yeah, speaking of this BIOS, so right here, this is the magic BIOS, guys. 1504 for the Crosshair Hero, a AMD AGESA combo SPI 1.2.0.3D. So this is the 3D. This is the magical BIOS because for me, it would take me 6 minutes to do memory training if I was doing memory training. Now it's like 30 seconds tops for memory training. And then, you know, after your memory training, you don't have to wait anymore. Like it's like fast, like normal, because of memory context restore. And memory context restore has worked fine for like a long time now. But anyway, this is kind of the major thing. MSI went from being a little bit behind. MSI, I think, was on, 1.2.0.A, and they went all the way to like 1.2.0.3E. So MSI currently is on the latest one. So let me bring up the X870E Godlike. Today, I updated, and that's what prompted me to make that members video. Today, I updated the Godlike to the latest BIOS. And now it's just as fast as the Hero. And the Hero is like 30 seconds for memory training. And keep in mind, guys, this is 4 sticks of RAM. This is 4 sticks of RAM, not 2 sticks of RAM. 2 sticks of RAM is even faster. 2 sticks of RAM is a non-issue. 4 sticks of RAM has always been a challenge for DDR5. This is true for both AMD and Intel. Unless you're on Intel's latest and greatest Raptor Lake platform. So if you have an Intel Core Ultra series CPU, so an Intel Core 200 series desktop CPU, the Intel Core Ultra has access to CUDIM memory, and 4 sticks of CUDIM single rank trains relatively fast. It's basically like DDR4 in terms of the memory training time. But if you're on like Z790 or Z690, you know, basically 13th gen, 12th gen, 13th gen, 14th gen is basically the same as AMD, especially if you're using 4 sticks of memory, then it's just as stupid in terms of like 5 minute, 6 minute wait times, especially if you're running like a lot of RAM. But this is like a huge step in the right direction in terms of memory improvements. So if we go back here, so you guys can see earlier today, I updated the MSI X870E Godlike to version A36. Version A36. This one. And it says, it was released literally yesterday. So here is the magic release notes from MSI. AGESA 1203E. This is the latest one. This is actually even more recent than the Asus one. And it says here, support all 64 gigabyte 4 DIMMs. So this is basically 256 gigabytes of memory. But it also says, this is what I find more important, an optimized, the key word, optimized 2 DPC 1R capability. This means, so let me translate this for those who don't know what this means. This means speed up memory training for 4 sticks of single rank DIMMs. That is literally what this means. So this means DDR5 memory training is really, really fast if you run 4 sticks of single rank DIMMs. That means if you're running 4 times 16, so that would be 64 gigabytes total across 4 sticks, or 4 times 24 gigabytes, which is exactly what I'm running personally, 96 gigabytes of RAM across 4 sticks of memory. And now it only takes, like, at most on the initial cold boot cleared CMOS, it takes like 30 seconds to train the memory. Then you load Expo and it takes like the same 30 seconds. Like, that's amazing. This is like the most incredible BIOS update I have ever witnessed for the AM5 platform in a long time. So this is like an immediate update for me. And then it also says here, Samsung 4 gigabyte times 8 chip. That means 32 gigabyte chip overclock optimized. So I haven't done much overclocking of RAM with Samsung memory for DDR5, so I'm not sure what that means. But I guess that means that if you're running, is that like a single rank? Is that like a 32? Oh, maybe that's a dual rank DIMM. Maybe that's those would be like a 32 gig DIMM. So yeah, that'd be like a 32 gig DIMM. So if you're running like 128 gigs total, if it's 4 sticks, they've optimized the overclocking capability. So maybe, yeah, I'm not sure what exactly that means, but I haven't done a lot of testing with Samsung RAM, so with DDR5, so I don't know. And then it says support future CPU. This is very ominous. I don't know if they meant to put this here, but I guess technically they have to, because this might be the first BIOS release to support the secret AMD CPU. This is like the White Ranger when he was being built from Zordon and Alpha in the command center in Power Rangers, in Mighty Morphin Power Rangers back in the day. It's like they're secretly working on something new. So supports future CPU, which means MSI knows something that we don't know when it comes to next generation AM5 CPUs. So very, very interesting. Future CPUs of the 9000 APUs. Do we know when those are coming out? I was thinking this would actually be support for like EPYC. You know what I mean? Like the EPYC, what is it? EPYC 4000 or EPYC 9000? No, not 9000. EPYC 4000? See, whatever. It'd be like the AM5 based EPYC server CPUs. That's what I thought this meant. But maybe you're right. Maybe it's the APU. Yeah, MSI was on 1203C. This was typical behavior. Although Asus was the slowest one when it came to memory training. I think the Godlike was a little bit faster with 4 sticks because it was a 10-layer PCB. But boy, does this make it even faster. So let's look at another one here. X870E Crosshair Hero. So this was the first motherboard that I upgraded. This is the one that we're streaming on right now. The X870E Crosshair Hero. So Asus, May 29th. Asus made available the magical AGESA 1203D. This took my memory training times from 6 minutes down to 30 seconds. I don't think single rank 8000 is possible. That's asking too much. No. No, I don't think that's gonna work. Too noisy on the CAD bus for that. You would need, I mean, I can tell you right now, I tested 8000. I tried to test 4 sticks on Intel with CUDIM at 8000, didn't work. So yeah, no, that's not gonna work. If it doesn't work with CUDIM, it's definitely not gonna work with UDIM. CAD bus is too noisy. That's why. It's a limitation of digital circuitry. 8000 is literally 4 gigahertz. You're asking 4 gigahertz memory transfer across the CAD bus with that many memory sticks and modules or memory modules. It's just too much. It should be. It also applies for older X670E.
It looks like the current AI370 APYs are more powerful than Z2 Extreme already before the latter even comes out.
Well, that is true. Most likely it's true what you're saying, because Z2 Extreme is meant for a smaller form factor than the AI370 APUs. Because with AI370, you can put those in thin and lights, you can put them in ultrabooks, you can put them in gaming desktops if you wanted. So they can scale up a lot more in terms of the form factor that they're designed for compared to Z2 Extreme. Z2 Extreme is not something that I think was ever intended to go in a big, heavy, 5-pound, what is that like? What is that in kilograms? I don't even know what that is in kilograms. Like 5,000 kilograms or whatever. It isn't that type of device. The Z2 Extreme is not designed for a big, heavy 17-inch gaming laptop. The AI370 can go in that sort of laptop, but I don't think AMD even intended for either of those two to go in that sort of design. I think that's what the HX, the Ryzen 9000 HX series is designed for gaming laptops. Four sticks, 6400 single rank is still the best. If you want 4 sticks, yes. Yes, 6400 is the best for 4 sticks. Oh, Nova has had that update for a while, actually. I think ASRock had the update longer than the others. ASRock Nova Wi-Fi. This is my test bench computer. So this is the one that we do overclocking. This is the one that I use with the 9800X3D. And this one does have the latest BIOS as well. In fact, ASRock got it out before Asus. ASRock got it out May 15th. They got out 1.2.0.3D. So, but I haven't tested 4 sticks on ASRock in a while. I did do a video about it like a month and a half ago. But currently with ASRock, I test 2 sticks at high speed. So like, for example, DDR5-8000, 48 gigabytes. I tested that recently with MemTest86 because there were people that were saying they couldn't get 8000 working on the ASRock Nova. And it's going to be hit or miss depending on the RAM. And I also wonder, like, what are their ambient temperatures and what is their cast latency? Because I can tell you DDR5-8000 CL40 1.35 volts works on the Nova, at least with the latest BIOS, 100% stable with good ambient temperature. So again, it comes down to, like, what are your ambient temperatures? What is your cast latency? What is your voltage? And especially like TREFI. Oftentimes I see people running like maxed out TREFI and they've got no active cooling and they're running at like 1.4 or 1.43 volts. And they're wondering why they're unstable in games. Well, it's because they're probably running the RAM too hot and it's overheating and it's unstable because of that. So it's a temperature problem. That's most likely what it is. Because we've done lots and lots of long 5-hour plus live streams gaming nonstop with DDR5 8000, with the Nova 9800X3D, no problems, no crashes, literally nothing. Everything works, 100% stable, and we're doing it live, and we're literally streaming and gaming all on the same PC. So we're doing like a real world heavy workload use case. Gaming and streaming, single PC, 1440p 60 stream, and the games are running at like 4K resolution on an OLED 240Hz. So the CPU is getting maxed out, memory bandwidth maxed out, and we are not having any issues at all. But I guess I know what I'm doing. You use PVO to undervolt, not overclock. If you're going to be doing undervolting, you really, really need a stability test. You really need a stability test because PVO can be unstable due to temperature fluctuations. There is a rule of thumb that applies to AMD overclocking. For every 10 degrees of temperature that you're able to decrease, you gain 100 megahertz automatically on the CPU. So, meaning AMD CPU. This has been true going as far back as like Zen 2, Ryzen 3000. For every 10 degrees you can lower your CPU temperature, you gain 100 megahertz automatically without even doing anything. As long as it's not like capping at Fmax. You know what I'm saying? So if Fmax is 5.7 gigahertz or 5.8 gigahertz, and you're only running your CPU at like 60 degrees Celsius, it's going to be capping at Fmax like very, very frequently, very often, because it's not hot enough to throttle effectively. So, 9950X 3D overclocking guide. Really, what I would say there is the 9950X overclocking guide that I did last year, the same logic applies for both CPUs. The only difference is that the X3D the 3D V-cache CCD, that one is not going to clock as high as the other CCD. So the only difference is your quote-unquote faster CCD is actually CCD1. So all the logic that I applied with PBO in that overclocking video, you basically flip them. So like if I say CCD0 has a curve shaper average on max frequency of like +5 positive offset and -10 or -15 or whatever for your high frequency range or your medium frequency range, you would do that to CCD1 on a 9950X 3D, and you would do whatever I did to CCD1 on the 9950X, you would do to CCD0 on the 9950X 3D. That is because the 9950X 3D has a lower band CCD paired up with the 3D V-cache, and a higher band CCD paired up with nothing. So it can hit the higher clock speeds. So it's basically flip-flop, the reverse of the standard 9950X. But that's a good question. I've thought about doing a dedicated video to that. I recently moved the CPU into the godlike, so it will be a godlike-based video.
Steve, Gamers Nexus ASRock CPU failures?
Are you talking about the interview that he did with ASRock's, I think it was VP of Product at Computex? I mean, my opinion is he did a standard interview with those guys. I mean, I think that it was good that they did the interview, that ASRock didn't like decline the interview. I personally don't think there's an issue though with ASRock CPU or ASRock motherboards. Like, I think the problem and the guy at ASRock actually basically said all the things that I thought he was going to say. Like, it was basically everything that he said is the same sort of stuff that I would have said if I was in the same interview. Meaning, the primary issue, the only real issue that ASRock had, and I've already said this, guys, like 2 months ago. We've said this on stream at least 2 or 3 times now, because people have always brought up like, oh, what's your opinion on the ASRock motherboard? So there's no actual issue with ASRock's motherboards. As he said, there's no actual failure with the motherboards themselves. So the only problem that was happening was on the, and it's conveniently we have the ASRock BIOS table up here. So on the BIOSes from last year, so this would have been BIOS 3, these BIOSes from ASRock. So the first release up to 3.10 or 3.1. With these BIOSes, ASRock, when you load Expo, the CPU doesn't get a high enough VSOC for some CPUs that need a slightly higher VSOC than 1.2 volts to run stable with the expo profile. So for example, I'll give you guys an example. My own 9950X3D. The 9950X3 that I have will not run stable with a VSOC of 1.2 volts. I need 1.23 volts for it to be stable with the expo profile for 6400 megatransfers. If I run it at ASRock's default that they were doing on their older BIOSes of 1.2 volts, it would crash in games intermittently. It would crash or it would blue screen. So I knew, due to my own experience building computers, that VSOC was not high enough. So I would manually set the VSOC. I would crank it up until the crashes went away. And at 1.23 volts, we no longer have the crashes. And what I noticed with the older ASRock BIOSes, when you load Expo, ASRock manually sets 1.2 volts for VSOC. And that was the root cause of the problem with these instability on the ASRock boards. Now, what MSI does, MSI will, on the Godlike, for example, with the very same CPU, if I plug it into the Godlike and I load the exact same Expo profile, the Godlike will set the maximum value of 1.3 volts VSOC. So it basically overcompensates on the VSOC because it's probably looking at the VF curve and it's like, oh, this is one of those CPUs that needs higher voltage for VSOC. So we're just going to do 1.3 volts so that we just check the box and we know that it's going to work, even though it's a very high VSOC and that's probably not good long term. So I manually set it down to 1.23 and problem solved. But that shows knowledge level is a major variable in a lot of these quote unquote issues that people are having with these motherboards. So I think ASRock was too conservative on the voltage for the average bin CPU, and I think that's kind of what happened to them. Whereas you have others like MSI, and I can't comment on Gigabyte because I haven't tested like any of the new Gigabyte motherboards. MSI just straight up 1.3 volts. You load Expo, 1.3 volts. If you leave it on auto, it's going to do 1.3 volts on the MSI motherboard. So you'll never know that, unless you're someone who literally looks in something like Hardware Info 64, you'll never know that you're running at max VSOC on the MSI motherboard if you're someone who just loads Expo and then go straight into Windows and you never touch anything manually. You know what I'm saying? So that's why MSI never had issues, we'll say. Asus, same thing. Asus, I notice, is more granular than MSI. So what I noticed with Asus, when I set Expo on the Crosshair Hero, it does 1.25 volts instead of 1.3 volts like MSI, which I prefer that Asus is doing a more conservative voltage. And it just so happens at 1.25 volts, it will be 100% stable because I know my CPU needs 1.23 volts and 1.25 is greater than 1.23. Hence, we will not see a problem. So this is the only reason why ASRock, that was the main issue that ASRock had, was it was being too conservative on the voltage. Now, later on, starting in version, I believe, I don't know if 3.20, 3.2 addressed, oh, actually, yeah, it did, because they say right here. So they released this BIOS way back in February. Improve minority proportion of AMD 9000 series CPU. This is exactly the issue that I was referring to, where some minority CPUs, some AMD Ryzen 9000 CPUs, like my very own 9950X3D, requires a VSOC of 1.23 volts in order to run stable with the Expo 6400 profile. And ASRock previously was setting 1.2 volts. So if we bring up paint, so let me clean this off. Clean all this EPYC stuff off. Okay. Wrong one. Okay. So, ASRock 3.25, or actually 3.0. ASRock BIOS 3.2. This is the one that fixed it. And then ASRock BIOS 3.10 or older. So the behavior is different. So here's the difference. With the older BIOS, my 99, okay, let's just say my 9950 X3D requires VSOC equal 1.23 volts for Expo/XMP to be stable at 6400 mega transfers. This is a behavior of my silicon lottery. So the older BIOS sets VSOC equal 1.2 volt for 6400 mega transfers. This is the problem because VSOC equal 1.2 volt is less than 1.23 volts, which is needed to ensure stability on my 9950 X3D. So what do you think will end up happening? I'll give you guys a good example. Monster Hunter Wilds will intermittently crash. The PC will sometimes BSOD. These are the symptoms. These are the symptoms that I witnessed on my very own computer firsthand, so I know exactly what I'm talking about. This is what happens when the VSOC is too low for a given CPU. Now, let me give you guys another example. My 9950X, which is the CPU that we're currently streaming on right now, the 9950X can, let's just say, runs 6400 mega transfers at VSOC equal 1.18 volts. 1.18 volts. That is tremendously good. This is tremendously good. This is almost a golden sample CPU. My 9950X, not my 9950X 3D, my 9950X that I bought on launch day last August can do 6400, 96 gigabytes, 4 sticks at 6400 with a VSOC of 1.18 volt. This is absolute win for overclocking. Now, so as you can imagine, if I go into ASRock's BIOS and I load Expo, remember, ASRock will set VSOC equal 1.2 volts when it detects Expo or XMP profiles of 6400 megatransfers. So, therefore, with the 9950X, VSOC equals 1.2 volt, which is greater than 1.18 volts, which is the number needed to ensure stability for my 9950X. Hence, everything runs with 100% stability. So the 9950X with the ASRock Nova on the older BIOS from launch was 100% stable. No problems. But the 9950X 3D that I have, unfortunately, requires higher voltage. This, what we're talking about right now, is literally an example of the silicon lottery in play. My 9950X is a golden sample CPU. My 9950X 3D is not a golden sample. for overclocking because we have to run higher VSOC, not lower VSOC. And the problem with the ASRock motherboards was that they were setting a hard limit of 1.2 volts when they detect a memory profile. This is the reason why in the interview with Gamers Nexus, the VP at ASRock mentioned that they found that a lot of remember what he said in the interview, guys. What did he say? He said they found a lot of issues due to what he said, and I quote, memory compatibility. Memory compatibility. Memory compatibility. This, in essence, is exactly what he was referring to. This issue that I'm describing. And this is literally the issue, the only like real issue that affected the ASRock motherboards. So the fix is to do what ASUS and MSI do, and which is to load a higher VSOC, not a lower at VSOC, a higher. Yes, more voltage, not less voltage, more voltage. That is how you fix the problem. You need to account for those low performing, those poorly binned CPUs that need more voltage for stability. And that is what the newer BIOSes do to address the issue. So hopefully this finally answers the question about like ASRock, CPU issue, motherboard issue, whatever. This was really the only like actual issue. There was no other issue with any of this stuff when it comes to ASRock motherboards. So ASRock is still like one of my top 2 recommendations for AM5, especially if someone wants to run a lot of memory, a lot of like dual rank capacity, 4 sticks. ASRock has been the most reliable when it comes to running like 192 gigabytes of RAM at like DDR5 6000. So that's probably my number 1 recommendation, is go with ASRock if you want that much RAM running at that kind of speed. The 3D, Mike is asking, the 3D, so my 3D one is this is not a golden sample. This is the one that's good. The non-X3D is the good one, because this is the one that uses less voltage for a certain memory speed versus the other one. Guys, remember what we said at the very beginning of the stream? We were talking about like 1.4 volts versus 1.35 volts DDR5. In general, the lower the voltage, the better. Less voltage is always better. It's better for temperatures, and that's the main reason why it's better. It also indicates that the CPU silicon die is less what we call leaky, which means it doesn't have as much parasitic loss of energy through the silicon vias, or through the gates, essentially the gates, the drains, whatever part of the MOSFET we're talking about. So less is always better when it comes to voltages. So it's like the higher speed you can run at a lower voltage always indicates that it is a better chip than one that requires higher voltage to achieve the exact same speed. Any overclocker knows this to be true. But what I'll tell you guys, so this was ASRock's BIOS. ASRock's BIOS was doing this. ASUS BIOS was, when I load the same Expo profile, ASUS VSOC equals 1.25 volts, which is greater than 1.23 volts necessary for stability, which implies 100% stable. MSI's BIOS will set VSOC equal to 1.3, a whopping 1.3 volts. Man, that's lazy. MSI, I mean, it'll work. I don't recommend running that high of a VSOC long term, but MSI will do it. That's exactly what the Godlike does with that X3D CPU, which is definitely greater than 1.23 volts, which implies 100% stable. This is the reason why ASRock was the one that everyone was complaining about, because the other guys, and I assume Gigabyte does something similar to these two, that's the reason why the other guys weren't in the news, because they were doing like super high voltages. ASRock subred, they were... Okay, if people are doing improper PBO values, that's on them. That's not really an ASRock thing. Okay, yeah, actually, hold on a second. Now I remember in the interview with Gamers Nexus, the VP did mention, PBO settings were, but I don't remember if he said that the PBO voltages were too low. Probably too low. Most likely they're too low. It's almost always too low. Anytime something's not stable, it's always because the voltages are too low. Anyone who's ever done overclocking from like 10 years back, you guys know exactly how old school overclocking works. You crank up the multiplier, you crank up the, you basically crank up the multiplier and see if it's still stable. If it crashes, you gotta raise the voltage. You gotta raise more V-core. And you keep giving it V-core at a given speed until the crashes go away. That is basically overclocking 101. You know, from like a decade ago. So, PBO works in a similar fashion, although PBO actually uses like undervolting, which I'm not a big fan of. That's why I like Curve Shaper more myself, because Curve Shaper allows you to undervolt for all core and overvolt for single core, and that's the reason why Curve Shaper is actually better than Curve Optimizer when it comes to PBO, but you can like mix and match them. You can combine the two of them if you wanted. But ever since Curve Shaper came out, I don't actually use Curve Optimizer anymore. I just leave it on auto and just set Curve Shaper based off of what I showed in my overclocking videos last year for AM5 for Zen 5. People killing their CPU with too high PBO. I don't see how that can happen though. Like, how does undervolting kill your CPU? You're literally reducing voltage. I don't see how that kills the CPU. I find that hard to believe. All that's going to do is create instability, which is no different from just someone having an unstable overclock. Because I often wonder, like, because remember guys, when we would stream like Monster Hunter Wilds, there would be people that would come into the stream and they'd be like, how are you able to run this game without crashing? You know, like, and I'm like, what do you mean? Like, the game's never crashed. The only time the game crashed was when my VSOC was too low.
Do you mind having a look at the One X Fly F1 Pro? It has i370 and an OLED screen and is available now. The only question is whether I need 64 GB RAM for the 1080p screen, or 32 GB is enough.
We can look at it. You're wanting to know OLED screen. Hold on. OLED screen, 64 gigs of RAM for 1080p. Dude, 64 gigs. I mean, here I'm pulling it up. Okay. Wow, that's expensive. That's a handheld. What is the? Oh, it's 144 hertz. Man, if it's gonna have a 144 hertz screen, what's the battery in there? Like, I feel like handhelds that do like high refresh, especially OLED, because I wouldn't consider OLED like energy efficient for battery life. 64 gigs, 2 terabyte. That's like 60. That's like the MSRP of the RTX 4090 Founders Edition. And people are complaining that the Switch 2 is too expensive and there's stuff like this. Yeah, it depends. Like if you're using like HDR though, I don't know. I really think though, like if you run your display brightness at like 30%, 40% max brightness, I don't really know if OLED is that much better. OLED is actually way more energy. Yeah, because of the black. If you have a lot of black screen areas, yes. My biggest problem with OLED on a handheld and a laptop is, like I said earlier, is PWM flicker. So if you're someone who's sensitive to PWM flicker is really only a problem if you're running the screen at lower brightness levels. Then it becomes more of a problem. And I am someone who is sensitive to PWM flicker. I'm someone who uses a 4K 27-inch monitor at 100% native resolution scale. So my vision is not normal though. I have 2010 vision. Not 20. My vision is 2010. Not 20. It's like 2015 in one eye and 2010 in the other eye. So I have like above average. I have what they call pilot vision, or Air Force pilot vision. But I am sensitive to PWM flicker, so I don't like OLED if I run a screen, and this is usually going to be a mobile device. This is not really a problem if you're using a desktop monitor or a TV. But if you're running a mobile device, I personally never run laptops or handhelds at max brightness in handheld mode because you get much better battery life if you run the screen at a lower brightness level. But the problem with OLED is when you're running at a low brightness, like we're saying like 30% brightness, or worse, minimum 0% screen brightness, you're going to have PWM flicker on OLED. I don't know of any OLED that uses DC-based backlight. To my knowledge, there isn't one. At least not yet. So that is a big deal breaker for me personally. So that's why I don't like OLED in handhelds. But I guess if you're someone who doesn't do what I do, like if you're not running your screen brightness at like 40% or lower for max battery life, and if you're not prone to PWM flicker on like causing eye strain and migraines and headaches, then I guess an OLED on a handheld's fine. Get correcting visor, which likely, I don't understand. I don't think that does anything. Hey Naveen, so what were you asking them? You were asking them if you can use a Gigabyte Thunderbolt card. The Gigabyte Thunderbolt card might work. I can tell you the Asus and MSI Thunderbolt cards absolutely will not work. But the Gigabyte one might work. Because Gigabyte and ASRock use the 5-pin. Oh, but to answer the Super Googly's question about this, if I were you... See, okay, for me, personally, since this is a handheld gaming device, I think 32 gig, 2 terabyte is okay. But think about this. Look at this. So if you go from 32 gigs, so what is this? That's 1600 versus that. So for less than $200 more, you can double the RAM. So for less than $200, I'd probably double the RAM. 2 terabyte. Like, what is the... well, it looks like there's a 4 terabyte option. I mean, what is this one? This is like, okay, that's 1700. This is 16. So for like $100 more, you can double the storage. I don't know how much, like, okay, is this using like an M.2? If this is using an M.2, you can just like clone. I would assume you can clone the SSD on a higher capacity one in the future. So maybe just get the 64 gig plus 2 terabyte. I think this is the one that I would get. Maybe, yeah, probably. I don't know. Like, if money wasn't an issue, depending on if this is using like an NVMe, I'd probably just get the 2 terabyte. For $100 more, you can double to 4 terabyte though. So let me see. What is the lowest end one? The lowest end one is like 1,000. I wish they had like a 64 gig, 1 terabyte. But 1 terabyte for like a Steam, like if for a gaming handheld that's gonna be playing like PC games, I don't see how 1 terabyte is good at all in 2025. When games are as large as they are, I kind of think 2 terabyte is the minimum now for Windows or Steam based handhelds. So it's gonna come down to like, for less than 200, you can double from 32 to 64. And I kind of think that's probably the way to go. I mean, I'll tell you guys, like, my current laptop is using an HX370, and it's got 64 gigs of RAM, and I think it's a 2 terabyte. It might be, I think it's 2 terabyte. It's basically these specs, but it's not a handheld. It's a 14-inch ThinkPad. So I personally, like, anytime I'm dealing with soldered memory, I always max out the RAM. That's like priority number 1. Storage, who cares, unless it's like soldered storage. Then I would do the 4 terabyte. But otherwise, like, to me, 64 gigs, if it's fixed form factor, soldered RAM, you gotta max out the RAM. Otherwise, you're gonna have buyer's remorse in like 2 years. So, no, I would go 64 gigs of RAM. That's the final answer on that. The storage, that's going to be on your decision. But me personally, 64 gigs of RAM because it's soldered. And that's it. Yeah, I can only imagine, like, the Xbox Ally X is probably going to be like $900. It's probably going to be something similar to the starting price of this thing. Because isn't the Ally X like $800 or $900 or something? I think the Xbox Ally X is going to be the same price. It's like double the price of the Switch 2. Completely different target audience, though. And they're not going to sell nearly as many because it's so expensive. How much is the Steam Deck? The Steam Deck is what, like 600, 500, 400? Like the latest one. The highest spec Steam Deck. Isn't that like $500? 400? I don't forget what it is. 500? I don't know. Yeah, like what's the okay, what's the 2 terabyte Steam Deck? What's the price of the 2 terabyte Steam Deck? Base models 400. You think the ones with decent storage are 600? Yeah, see, I was thinking like around $600 in my mind. For some reason, that was the number that I kept imagining, like $599 or somewhere around there. And so all these people complaining about PS5 Pro being $700. These handhelds, man, like, okay, when I think about this thing, I think about how much money I spent on the Switch 2 this past week. Like, let's think about this. I bought the $500 Mario Kart bundle. So this was $500. I pre-ordered almost 3 months in advance the 1 terabyte, the highly coveted 1 terabyte memory SD Express from GameStop. 1 terabyte. This is $180. So this is about $200. So 500 plus 200, you're talking $700 for a Switch 2 with a 1 terabyte. So the total storage for $700 is 1.2 terabyte. You got 1 terabyte here, you got 256 gigs in here, and you got Mario Kart World digital copy from launch. So I got Mario Kart World and 1.2 terabyte storage and a Switch 2 for about $700. So about the price of a PS5 Pro. So that's how much I paid just for that. But I mean, you know, well, let's not talk about all of these things. You know what I'm talking about? Like Pro controller 2, USB charge grip, an additional AC adapter because I don't want to disconnect the dock from the AC, the camera, the carrying case with the screen protector, the Mario Kart wheels. You know, you start adding on all the accessories and it easily goes over $1,000 for the Switch 2. So, I mean, we're looking at the 1X Fly F1 Pro. The base model is like about $1,000. Dude, I just spent about $1,000 on the Switch 2 launch. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, I see this and I'm like, well, okay, the Switch 2 is not an OLED, but I actually like that it's not an OLED. And the Switch 2 is a 1080p, 120 hertz. Okay, this is 144 hertz. It's like, okay, it's a little bit better, but whatever. I don't think you'll ever notice the difference between 120 and 140. I mean, they're not too far off. It's not like going from like 120 to 240 or anything. So, you know, yeah. Yeah, the Switch Pro controller, man. Dude, like this, this thing, I haven't even had to charge this. I've been playing Zelda. I've been playing Zelda, Rune Factory, Street Fighter 6, and Mario Kart World with the Pro 2 controller. And I kid you not, I have not had to charge this controller at all for like an entire week. It's insane. Like the battery life on the Nintendo game controllers is top tier. It is top tier battery life on the Pro controller and the Switch 2 Pro controller, both of them. Dude, they're so good. The battery life on that thing compared to my DualSense is like night and day. It's and the feeling. Maybe I need to do a YouTube video comparing the controllers. I don't think I've ever done that type of video. You know, I might actually do. Yeah, it's sitting over there. Yeah, the battery life is it's really really good, real good. Your friend got one from the Nintendo pre-order. He's trying to get a second. You mean a Switch 2, right? How does that even work? Yeah, I don't know how the Nintendo Direct one works. My suggestion is like call up all the local. Like if somebody's trying to find a Switch 2, I would just tell them call up your local Walmart, Target, GameStop, Best Buy, maybe multiple different ones in the area. Call them and see if they have any in stock. Most of them are going to be sold out, but I mean, that's what I would do. He's talking about one for his friend. His friend is trying to get one for his girlfriend. It's not for him. It's for his friend's girlfriend. This is a completely, I guess it's like a sidebar conversation. I don't know. Like this Xbox battery life is the second best. DualSense is the worst. Yeah, I've never experienced Xbox battery life because my Xbox Series X controller. See, here's my Series X control. So for PC games, if I'm not using keyboard and mouse, I use the Xbox Series X controller. And you know what? It's perpetually connected to the USB-C. If I disconnect this, it turns off because I don't have, like, here, I'll show you. No batteries. I never have any, I've never gotten batteries for my Xbox Series X controller. So I've never experienced the battery life on the Xbox Series X controller. Because it's literally always just connected. I just use it wired all the time. Like with PC. So it's like, I don't know what the battery life on that is. To me, it's a wired controller. At least that's how I use it. Xbox Series X. See, I mean, I have like all the controllers, guys. I got all the controllers. PS5 Pro. I mean, PS5. Well, PS5 Pro uses the same one. DualSense. I got DualSense. We got DualSense. Where's DualSense? DualSense over here somewhere. Here's DualSense. DualSense over here. I don't know why this is here. I just realized that I have a PlayStation 3 controller on the desk. I don't know why this is on the desk, but it's here. I don't know why there's a random PS3 controller. It's just there. Not even PS4. It's just random PS3 controller. But yeah. Rechargeable battery pack lasts almost... Yeah, I don't know. I DualSense is the only one that I use. Well, okay, Pro Controller, I use that one also, but... Okay. Did we talk about all these different... Let me just go through this. Yeah. Lies of P Overture is out if you're into action games. This is another one that came out. There's... literally been bombarded with games this past week. Like the Switch 2 launch. Because, okay, if it wasn't for the Switch 2 launch and all these other games that literally just came out like one after another and the alpha test for Neo 3... Like, literally, we would just be streaming, like, Elden Ring Night Rain. Like, we would just continue with Elden Ring Night Rain as though nothing changed. More Elden Ring Night Rain, Elden Ring Night Rain, and then eventually Monster Hunter Wilds, the return to Monster Hunter Wilds, which I will be going back to late, well, I don't know when exactly, but Monster Hunter Wilds is getting an update soon. So expect me, I'll be going back to Monster Hunter Wilds. So, I'm just glad I finished Night Rain, like all 8 Night Lords. I cleared all of them before the Switch 2 launch. Otherwise, I don't know what I would be doing. Like I would have the desire to keep playing Night Rain if I still needed to clear the Night Lords. But Lies of P, so basically, I don't know if we're gonna stream Lies of P Overture. I'm just talking out loud for the weekend live stream. I don't know. Do you guys want to see Lies of P Overture? We actually streamed this game for like almost 2.5 hours last Saturday during the day. And it was like between the Switch 2 live streams. We did Switch 2 launch extravaganza. Then we did Lies of P Overture. Then we did this more Switch 2 madness. What was the reason you said? There's no time. There's no time because Dune is like an MMO. It's like a live service MMO, and you've got like skill trees, talent trees, whatever you want to call it. That takes a lot of time. It's a huge time sink to progress in a game like Dune. I just don't have the time. There's too many other games. Like I just said, there's way too many games. Mario Kart World, all the Switch 2 launch games that I'm playing, and then we got the Neo 3 alpha demo is done. So don't expect to see any more Neo 3 on this channel until next year. As far as I'm concerned, I'm done. I got my fix of Neo 3. I'm good until next March or whenever they launch Neo 3 next year. Lies of P Overture is the latest, like, new, original DLC content that launched for a PC/PlayStation 5 blockbuster, high graphics fidelity game. Lies of P Overture is that game. So, I have already played, like I said, if you guys tuned into the Saturday stream, you would have seen we already cleared the first 2 major bosses in the DLC. So we're not 100%. I don't know how long the DLC is. I heard it was like 12 hours long, and we played for like 2.5 hours, so like nowhere close to the end. But I may stream this game again just to play more of it, I guess. I don't know. Like, or otherwise Switch 2 or Night Rain. I mean, now there's another game that came out. So Lies of P is a great action game, very challenging game. This game is harder than Sekiro. Just to put things into perspective, this game is harder than Sekiro. So, and it's a Korean developed game. But that's what I was going to say. Speaking of Korean developed games, action games, There is another Korean game that came out for PC literally yesterday. And that game was a game that came out on PlayStation 5 last year, in April of last year. And here we are in June, the year later, and now this Korean developed game is on PC for the first time. And that game is none other than Stellar Blade. So Stellar Blade is another game that we might look at on stream for the PC version of the game. We may stream that with either the 9070 XT, or maybe the RTX 5090 at the 4K native resolution. So maybe we'll do that. I don't know. I don't really like covering a game or streaming a game that's not new. Yeah, it's new on PC, but it's not like it's new. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not like Lies of P Overture. Lies of P Overture is like going in blind, fully new environments, fully new boss fights, new enemies, everything's new. Stellar Blade, I already played like 60 plus hours on the PlayStation 5. So like, there's not really much incentive for me to go back and play Stellar Blade again. Versus like progressing more in Lies of P Overture or playing Switch 2 games. You know what I'm saying? So, we don't know. I may cover that game, but let me see. So we're currently sitting 2 weeks out from Death Stranding 2. Death Stranding 2 is a game that I will be streaming. So we're definitely going to be showcasing that game, because that game, if there's any game right now that can rival Expedition 33 or have a shot at Game of the Year and rival Expedition 33 for that title, Death Stranding 2, to my knowledge, is really the only one that comes to mind that could potentially take the crown or like surpass Clair Obscur Expedition 33. I mean, I don't know. It remains to be seen, but it could. I don't know. Like, you guys tell me, what games have come out this year that you guys think are worthy of Game of the Year? I mean, Mario Kart World, Mario Kart World is really, really good. It's probably, okay, in terms of content, it has less content than Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, but keep in mind, Mario Kart World is a launch title with no DLC, versus Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, which was a Wii U game, which then got DLC, then it got re-released for the Switch with more DLC. So it's kind of like it's an unfair comparison to compare Mario Kart World to like the previous Mario Kart. But I think in terms of Game of the Year contenders, personally, I'm a huge fan of Monster Hunter Wilds. That's probably me being a little bit biased. I know a lot of people complained about Monster Hunter Wilds. Even a lot of Monster Hunter fans complained about Monster Hunter Wilds. Lack of content, lack of monster variety, lack of difficulty, performance issues, you name it. Those are like the general complaints. Some of that's valid complaints, some of it's not. But the other problems that Monster Hunter Wilds had was like online server connectivity. I myself experienced that back in April. I had to open a support ticket with Capcom, and they never really figured it out. And eventually, like, they kind of blamed Microsoft's Azure Cloud Data Center, and eventually it got corrected right before the Arch-Tempered Raydao hunts went live, so I was real happy that it got fixed, but I didn't do anything. They didn't do anything. I don't think Wilds is a Game of the Year, to be honest. As much as I like Monster Hunter Wilds, I don't think Monster Hunter Wilds is a Game of the Year. So I think right now, I think it's Expedition 33. And that's why I'm saying, like, Death Stranding 2. Like, I don't think the Metal Gear Snake Eater, I don't think that game is going to be a great game. Don't get me wrong. But that's like an OG classic. I don't think that's going to be a Game of the Year. If Metal Gear wins Game of the Year, well, okay, let's put it this way. Metal Gear can't beat Expedition 33. Because it's a rehash of an old game. It's basically a remaster of an old game. And it's not even like Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. It's not like they didn't do that much to change it Whereas Rebirth is basically like a full ground up from scratch game. Retelling of the entire story and everything. So it's, yeah. What else? Yakuza Pirate in Hawaii. That's not going to win Game of the Year. It's like Expedition 33 probably is going to win just because there's like no competition. So that's why I'm saying, like, in terms of story, narrative, graphics, potential soundtrack, like Death Stranding 2 is literally the only game that I can think of that can hold a candle to go toe to toe with Expedition 33. Expedition 33 set the bar so high. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know, man. I was like, man, Kojima and his team, like, they probably made an amazing game, but I don't know if it's gonna be good enough. Elden Ring, Night Rain is not gonna win Game of the Year either. Like, this is an interesting year because From Software's big franchises have always won Game of the Year. When you think about that. Sekiro was Game of the Year. Elden Ring was Game of the Year. Shadow of the Erdtree. Shadow of the Erdtree, I'm glad it did not win Game of the Year because it was a DLC. But the fact that Shadow of the Erdtree was nominated for Game of the Year last year, despite being a DLC, that goes to show like how powerful From Software's games are. From Software's games have very high power levels. Very high power levels. So a DLC, dude, a DLC could make it to Game of the Year candidate list from Software. But I can probably tell you guys with high confidence, I don't think Elden Ring Night Rain is going to be on Game of the Year list unless it's such a short list and there's like nothing. Like, Night Rain is a cool game. I actually really, really like Elden Ring Night Rain. I really like Elden Ring Night Rain. In fact, if there was no Switch 2 launch, I'd be playing Elden Ring Night Rain. But Expedition 33 is more original. It's, although, you know, a roguelike Souls game is kind of original. I mean, it's innovative, but I don't think it's a Game of the Year. Like, something about it just feels like it's not a Game of the Year. Night Rain is one of those games where I feel like after 2 months of playing it, I wonder where the player count will be. Once everyone who's hardcore enough about it to try to push to clear all 8 Night Lords, I fear for the longevity of Night Rain compared to like traditional Elden Ring. You know what I'm saying? Because there's like the replayability in Night Rain, I feel, is way more limited. I mean, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm overthinking it. I don't know. Like, Mario Kart World will win Game of the Year. It might get nominated, but I don't think it's going to win. Similar to, like, if Night Rain got nominated. I think Death Stranding 2 might have a better... Well, I don't know. I shouldn't say that because I haven't experienced Death Stranding 2 yet, so I can't really... I'll reserve judgment on that. What I will tell you right now, I've played probably like 6 hours of Mario Kart World, so that's nowhere near as much as I played Night Rain or Expedition 33. Let me see. Let me bring up Steam. Steam's not even loaded on this computer right now. Let me see my playtime on these games. Oh, one thing that Switch 2 desperately needs to update. The Switch 2 needs to update their playtime. They don't tell you the playtime the way the original Switch does. So I don't actually know my playtime on some of these games. On all of them, actually. Elden Ring Night Rain. I have played 47.7 hours of Elden Ring Night Rain. Monster Hunter Wilds. I have played 216.9 hours of Monster Hunter Wilds. Claire Obscure Expedition 33. I have played 65.4 hours. So Elden Ring, I'm about like 18, almost 20 hours more playtime on Expedition 33 than Night Rain. But Monster Hunter Wilds by far completely dwarfs both of those games in terms of my personal playtime. And I don't think Wilds should win Game of the Year. As much as I've played Monster Hunter Wilds, I think Expedition 33 deserves Game of the Year more than that game. There were some other games that came out this year. I'm trying to like find them real quick. Like Yakuza. I barely played that game. Like a Dragon. I played 4.3 hours of Pirate Yakuza in Hawaii. What's another one? Atelier Yumiya was another game that we didn't even really get to showcase. I don't even know how much I played that. Like, I don't even know. Like, it doesn't even tell me. I need to update the game. Oh, the Kazan game. Where's that? Berserker. I played 19.6 hours of the first Berserker Kazan. So nothing compared to, like, Night Rain. Wilds needs the usual Monster Hunter DLC to make it a better deal. I think Wilds has enough content. As a base game, as it is, I think it has enough content. Like, I don't really have a problem with Monster Hunter Wilds. My main problem was server connection issues. Now, I didn't have any performance issues that everyone seems to be complaining about on Steam. I personally think that the people on console suffer more. Most people complaining on PC are playing on potatoes from like, they're playing on like pandemic computers, which is like, okay, that's on them. They can't blame Capcom for that because they're playing on a 10th gen Intel with like a, I don't know, like a GTX 1060 or some nonsense. You know, like, good luck. I mean, those guys, their opinions are completely invalid as far as I'm concerned. Because that's like if someone was playing Monster Hunter World back in like 2018 or 2019 on like a GTX 760 from like 2012 or 2013. You know what I'm saying? Like, that opinion is okay, you're entitled to your opinion, but it doesn't mean that it's right. Sorry. I mean, I'm playing the game and I'm not having any problems with performance. So it's like, although we were kind of joking about that because I tested, if you guys were watching my streams for Monster Hunter earlier this year, you guys know that I tested a bunch of different computers. We literally tested all the way back to like GTX 1080 SLI. Dual 1080s. We did dual AMD cards. We did dual RX 5700 XTs. I tested all the way back to like 3800X. Ryzen 7 3800X. We did a whole bunch. I tested like 8700G APU. I tested Intel's integrated graphics. I literally tested like everything I could think of. And it's like, yeah, if you're playing the game on integrated graphics, of course you're going to have a bad time. So, I don't know. If someone has a modern graphics card and they have like a modern CPU, they're not going to be having these problems. Yeah, with frame gen, you're gonna have, but see, that's the thing. Like, and maybe that's Capcom's problem because Capcom didn't communicate that. Well, they tried to, but it's like no one really believed them, or no one really wanted to cope. There was way too much copium of like, oh, you don't need frame gen, or frame gen is bad. But it's like, nope, you gotta run frame gen. Yeah, because you're playing the game on like an RDNA 3 GPU. Most people complaining are like on 30 series or older. Like RDNA 2, 30 series, and like older CPUs from like 5 years back. You know, like okay, we were joking about the 9900K. People were playing the game on like a 9900K, and they're like, this game is horrible. Poor optimization, bad optimization. Yes, because your 100-year-old great-grandpa CPU is expected to be able to run a triathlon at 100 years old. Yeah, congratulations. You know, that's what I call unrealistic expectations. So to me, that's all a bunch of noise, and I just ignore it because it doesn't really mean anything. Like the Capcom, as far as I'm concerned, Capcom has some severe. It is true. It is clear that Capcom has severe scaling limitations with RE Engine when it comes to big open world environments. So that is on them to fix, because literally you have to have a less than 2-year-old computer, or at most a less than 3-year-old computer, to get the optimal experience in Monster Hunter Wilds, which I don't have a problem with that, but I mean, I understand people's frustration, but the main problem is the fact that you have to run frame gen. Like, you have to run frame gen. If you're not playing the game with frame gen, you're actually playing the game wrong. You're literally playing the game wrong. You're doing it wrong. You have to turn on frame gen. And I think a lot of people that were complaining were either A, not running frame gen, even though they were supposed to, or B, they were running super old graphics cards that don't support frame gen, or they were on like Windows 10 with a GPU that doesn't support frame gen or resizable bar or both, and they're not going to have a good time. And that's too bad, but that's how it is. Go play on console. You know, like, it's not really going to fare that much better if you're on base PS5, I'll tell you that. But yeah, I think consoles got the short end of the stick, in the sense that they don't even have, like, the consoles don't have frame gen, and I think frame gen would have fixed, frame gen on a PS5 Pro would have been perfect for the console experience. Because RE Engine is a game engine that, I don't know what it is about that engine, but it's not like, it is nothing like frame gen on UE5. Like, if you turn on frame gen on UE5, you will feel the latency. But you turn on the frame gen in Monster Hunter Wilds, you don't really feel the latency. It's all of a sudden smooth. It's really weird. So you're supposed to play the game with frame gen. They have like a special implementation of frame gen for their RE engine, because they know their RE engine is basically garbage when it comes to big open worlds. We saw this last year with Dragon's Dogma 2. Monster Hunter World is exactly the same. And it's actually it can be kind of worse because it's a multiplayer game, whereas Dragon's Dogma 2 was a single player game. So multiplayer is going to be even more CPU bound. What else do I have here? And we have been streaming now for 3 hours, so we are kind of at the end. AMD shows why high-end EPYC CPUs. Okay, well, we kind of already know. They launched a bunch of new AI stuff, and EPYC is kind of the main x86 that's necessary to run all this stuff. What else do I have here? Suikoden, Starleap to release globally on Steam. Konami confirmed. So I think this is like a mobile game that's coming to PC. Yeah, I need to actually watch the Konami thing, because they showed like Metal Gear Solid, Snake Eater, and Silent Hill F. So I do need to watch this. Okay, another AMD thing. A big AI chip launching in next year. This is the CDNA next. So then, I guess for PC gamers, the next big AMD GPU, the super $1,500 plus GPU from AMD next year, is slated for the end of next year. So if you're someone who is like, oh, when can I upgrade from my 6900 XT or my 7900 XTX? You'll be waiting until the end of next year, which means that you'll have gotten a lot of mileage out of those GPUs, especially, well, the 6900 XT was from like December 2020. So that GPU is what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, it'll be 5 years old at the end of this year. So that'll hit the 5-year mark. That means it's gonna be really old. The 7900 XTX, if I remember, was December of 2022. So that will be 3 years old this winter, which means, okay, it'll have hit the middle age mark. So it'll be like, like 45, 50 years old in human years. So yeah, the 7900 XTX, I mean, that's a GPU that's going to go down as like, yeah, it was like $1,000 MSRP, but 24 gigs VRAM, and it holds its own in a lot of modern titles. So that one I think is one of AMD's like better GPUs. It's still pretty good, the 700 XTX. You're never worrying about VRAM unless you're gaming at 4K and you're playing some crazy game that like has insane texture settings. But yeah, that one I think was a good investment for the people that got it. But the replacement to it will not come out until the end of next year, which means that GPU will be around 4 years old when its true successor comes out. So yeah, AMD's cooking something, guys. They're basically it's hyperbolic time chamber training right now going on for AMD's Radeon stuff. Because you're seeing like these insane, like this MI400 is kind of like a, what is this, like a harbinger of like what's to come from AMD in the future. I mean, these are some insane, now obviously this is not going to be consumer grade GPUs. These are like AI, these are generative AI accelerators. So these are crazy high end, essentially GPUs with 432 gigabytes of VRAM. So at 19.6 terabytes per second bandwidth. You know, yeah. So we can see, like, in terms of T-flop, petaflop, all that stuff, AMD can bring the numbers, but we're going to be waiting like another year and a half to see it in the consumer market for the PC gaming space. ROCm 7 announced new algorithms. Like I said earlier in the stream, this is basically the opposition to CUDA, or this is kind of like the opposing force that naturally develops in human civilization to oppose one force. You have one force, it cannot be uncontested. There will always be like a second. So that is basically this. And then AMD confirms next-gen Venice Zen. Okay, this is a little bit more interesting. So AMD confirms next generation EPYC Venice with Zen 6 with 256 cores next year. And EPYC Verano, the Zen 7 CPUs, and Instinct MI500 2 years from now. So this lines up with what I have been saying all along. Zen 6 will come out sometime in the second half of next year. So if you're someone who's waiting for Zen 6, you will be waiting for more than a year. Otherwise, yeah, it's like upgrade now. Because now is a good time for a CPU upgrade. Zen 6 is still, like a year and a half away. I mean, that's still like a long time to wait. So it's like, I don't know. It depends on what someone's on. If someone's on like a 5-year-old computer, you might as well just upgrade now, get an X3D and be done with it. If you want like high core count, get a 9950 X3D or a 9900 X3D. That's the way to go. Those are the gaming kings. Those are productivity kings. So those are really good. Energy efficient, all that good stuff. Otherwise, a year and a half from now, we're going to get the consumer Zen 6. Now, I don't know if Zen 6 is going to be on AM5. The answer to that's a great question. I don't know if it's going to be. I don't think I don't know if we can assume that it's going to be on Zen 6. AMD might do something crazy, and they might like backport certain SKUs to Zen 6, and they might launch a brand new socket. I personally think that AMD is probably better off with a new socket, but because you think about it, Zen, 2022 was the launch of AM5, which means when Zen 6 comes out, the AM5 socket will be 4 years old, which means it is possible that it can come out for AM5. I don't know if it should. So if AMD can get, it's going to come down to the performance, guys. Like if AM5 with its power limit of around like 230 watts on the socket, if AMD, it depends, because let's think about this. If the TSMC node that AMD goes with is so good and so efficient, and they get the node shrink they need to get like 12 core, what is it like? Currently they have 8 core CCDs. If they can get a 12 core CCD with Zen 6 due to the new TSMC node that they're going to use, possibly they can use Zen or AM5, the same socket. If, and this is a big if it's able to run in the power envelope that socket provides, while also providing the memory bandwidth over the traces. What we don't know is how will Zen 6 and the memory controller change the behavior with the DDR5 available on AM5. So meaning, if the socket limits AMD's ability to provide support for things like, for example, CUDIM for DDR5, or newer memory technologies like CAM2, but that's mostly a mobile technology, so don't expect that on desktop. But CUDIM is an example. Currently, Intel achieves CUDIM support because Intel runs on a new socket. Intel moved to LGA 1851. So now we can bring up Paint again. I probably should have been using Paint for more parts of this stream. So here's the thing. Intel Z690 and Z790 was known as LGA 1700. The land grid array 1700. This means that 12, 13, 14th gen were DDR4 and DDR5 compatible, and the socket had 1,700 pins on the socket. So think about that. 1,700 pins. Little needles. 1,700 pins for the Z690 and Z790 socket. Now, Intel Z890 changed to LGA 1851. This means that Core 200 series is DDR5 exclusive, which means it no longer supports DDR4 memory standards. You cannot use DDR4 with Intel's latest CPUs. But this also means 1,851 pins. That is a lot of pins. Supports CUDIM. So, Intel sacrificed DDR4 compatibility. They basically traded DDR4 for native CUDIM support. DDR5 CUDIM support. But they have more pins. 1,851 pins. That is an increase of 151 pins versus previous socket. So think about that. Intel is using more pins compared to their previous generation. Now, let's talk about AMD. AM5 is using X670E and X870E using LGA 1718. Android 17, Android 18, LGA 1718. A lot of people often forget what AM5's socket number is because everyone just refers to it as AM5. Whereas with Intel, everyone always refers to Intel as the socket name. Or the socket number, LGA 1700, LGA 1851. But AMD also has the LGA name, LGA 1718. So, what does this mean? Let's move this down here. This means what? Zen 4 and Zen 5 are DDR5 UDIM exclusive, no DDR4 support, and 1,718 pins. This is a massive increase in pin count over AM4. I guess I should have done AM4. So this is what? Let me do the math real quick. This is increase of 387 pins versus what is it? PGA pin, yes, PGA 1331. AM4 was known as PGA 1331. Like I said, a lot of people, it's like Who Wants to Be a Millionaire trivia questions when I ask people, you know, like, what is the official socket of the AM4? What is the official socket of the AM5? If I ask people what is the official socket of the 12th gen Intel, everyone will be like, immediately LGA 1700. But if I ask people what is the LGA of the AM5, people are scratching their head like, oh, they got to Google it. They got to ask AI because they don't know that it's 1718 off the top of their head. What's even more crazy? AM4. If I ask someone what's the 5800X3D socket, PGA 1331. See? So, and guess what? It's PGA, not LGA. It's PGA. So, this is an increase of 387 pins versus the previous AM4. Whereas Intel went from 1,700 pins to 1851 pins. That's an increase of 151 pins. Whereas AMD went from Zen 3 to Zen 4, they increased the pin count on the socket change of 387 pins. That doesn't mean that Intel doesn't do big socket changes. The previous Intel LGA, if you guys remember, was LGA 1200 for my favorite Intel generation, the 11th gen, and also the 10th gen Intel CPUs. That was Intel's first PCIe Gen 4 capable CPU, aka Intel Raptor Lake, the 11th gen, which also supported AVX 512. But LGA, this is a difference of what? 500 pins. So Intel went from 1200 pins to 1700 pins and now 1851 pins, which means they went from a massive upgrade of 500 additional pins from 11th gen to 12th gen Intel. But AMD did 387. But AMD didn't really change for a very, very long time. So you think about it, PGA 1331 was 2017. LGA 1718 was 2022. So you're talking 5 years. Actually, 5.5 years because of the launches. So that was a 5-year lifespan. So when I think about, and that's very uncommon. That is not common to keep a socket that long. And that is the reason why AM4 PGA 1331 was so legendary. Now, I don't know. So you guys think about this. Zen 6 is coming out next year. Guaranteed it's next year. Now the question is, will it be on LGA 1718 or will it need to change socket? Now, in order to compete with Intel, AMD will need to bring native support for the CUDIM memory standard. That is like a hard requirement. And I know that AMD, regardless of whether if they're watching this stream or not, they know, their product management team knows that they have to support CUDIM with Zen 6. Otherwise, all the reviewers are like, oh, it doesn't have CUDIM support, Like, that is like a must-have check mark. So that is definitely required. But the question is, if they are going to keep 1,718, a hard limit of 1,718 pins, because notice this, AM5 has 18 more pins than Intel's previous socket. So it had 18 more pins than Alder Lake and Raptor Lake's socket. But 18 pins is not a lot more pins. Now, Intel currently has more pins than AMD. And I'm not suggesting that more pins equals better CPU, because ultimately it comes down to the architecture. What I'm saying is, if AMD must support something like CUDIM, and if this pin count is going to limit them in both performance and feature capability, they may have to be forced to introduce a new socket. So this could be the reality that next year we could be looking at a new AM6 socket. No one got angry when AM5 came out. AM4 lived way too long. It was just a testament to the fact of how great AM4 was. AM5 introduced a lot of good things, in my mind, that are superior to AM4. First of all, LGA. AMD finally brought LGA to their consumer desktop platform. AMD was using LGA in their server. Like, EPYC was using LGA, like, forever. Like, AMD's server CPUs have always been LGA, just like Intel. But it kind of was mind-boggling to me that AMD was on like PGA for so long when Intel went to LGA, like in the early mid 2000s. So Intel was on like LGA on consumer desktop for like 15 years or whatever compared to AMD. And AMD finally did it with Zen 4 with AM5. So I was like, finally, AMD has moved into the modern era of desktop socket design, moving away from PGA. Now, to be honest, guys, PGA is actually more durable than LGA, meaning if you bend a pin on the motherboard, good luck trying to straighten that out if it's an LGA motherboard. Whereas with PGA, the pins are actually located on the CPU, and they're large pins, and they're relatively thick. So it was possible to, quote-unquote, fix a bent pin on an AM4 CPU. I fixed a bunch of people's AM4 CPUs, like way back in like Ryzen 1st Gen, Zen Plus, going further back with like FX 8350. It was even easier because there were even less pins. But LGA, this isn't really something that's user repairable if the motherboard pin gets bent. So that was one of the good things about PGA versus LGA. But overall, like LGA could get much, much higher density on pin count. So definitely LGA ultimately wins out, and that's why they made the switch. But I'm thinking like next year, I wouldn't be surprised if AM6 forces a new socket just because AMD needs to support stuff like CUDIM and whatever they want to do with like the memory controller changes, or the fact that they've got higher density CCDs, and that might require a bigger I/O die, which might require a higher pin count. The memory controller might require more pins. So, we could be looking at a new socket next year for AMD. And I would not have a problem with that. If they want to do a socket change, so be it, because we would have gotten 4 years. 4 years on LGA 1718 is perfectly fine. You know, that's really good. Intel does about 2 to 3 years. So if AMD does introduce a new socket, it's still going to be better than Intel by like 1 year. And Intel has stretched their CPU socket because of the influence of AMD. Like Intel you used to have to change Intel sockets like every 2 years, like literally every 2 years. 13th gen or 4th gen Intel was LGA 1150. So you had Sandy Bridge and Ivy Bridge on one socket, then you had Haswell and Broadwell on another socket, then you had Skylake and Kaby Lake on another socket, and then you had Comet Lake and Comet Lake Plus on one socket, then you had oh, did I say Comet Lake? I meant Coffee Lake. Coffee Lake Plus on one socket. Then you had Comet Lake and Rocket Lake on one socket. So Intel does like every 2 generations. Every two generations, the tick and the talk are always on one socket. Then they swap sockets. AMD did like 3 plus an X3D. They did like 4 CPUs on AM4. They're doing like, if you count the X3Ds and the APUs, you literally got Ryzen 7000, 8000, 9000, and then all the X3D variants on AM5 currently. So you got like 3.5 generations on AM5 currently. So you think of that, I mean, it's like what? You got Zen 4 Plus, you got 8700Gs and all that stuff. And then you have the X3Ds, and then you have Zen 5, then you have Zen 5 APU. So there's a bunch of, like, AM5's got a whole bunch of CPUs on there. Cam 2 is CUDIM, FYI. And Cam 2 is not going to come to desktop because Cam 2 is a laptop thing. Cam 2 is already in laptops, guys, if you didn't already know. So, no, CUDIM is the way. So, expect CUDIM support on Zen 6 next year. I think if it's on the same socket, I don't know if they can do it. Maybe they can. Maybe. So, guys, it's going to come down to whether or not this pin count limits them. Because Intel had to up their pin count for a reason. You see what I'm saying? So, if AMD can get away with supporting CUDIM and higher dense CCDs and better memory controller with just 17, 18 pins, then okay, fine. If they can do it and they don't need to change sockets, great. But if they have to change sockets, they have to change sockets. That's all there is to it. Like, I'm not going to fault them on trying to be competitive with Intel and maintaining their lead against Intel if they have to change sockets. I mean, that's just how it works. That's how companies compete. You see what I'm saying? I don't have a problem with them changing sockets if they change sockets next year. I don't see the point of Cam 2 on desktop. It takes up too much board real estate because of the way it connects. Cam 2 is meant for mobile devices, guys. Yeah, and Nero, you know why Cam 2 is only in Intel laptops? The reason why Cam 2 is currently only in Intel laptops and not in AMD laptops goes to what I recently just said in response to HDZ, is CUDIM. CUDIM and Cam 2 are the same thing. So guess what? Guess who supports CUDIM? Intel supports CUDIM. You know what that means? That implies Cam 2 support. Cam 2 support on Intel. Yes, did the same thing. CUDIM is the standard UDIM form factor for Cam 2, guys, if you didn't know. So yeah, CUDIM is Cam 2. And Intel supports CUDIM, and therefore Intel supports Cam 2. And that's why Cam 2 laptops are only Intel based. That's the reason why I'm telling you AMD needs to catch up to Intel on the memory side. The Achilles heel of AMD right now, this entire socket generation, This whole time, AMD has been playing catch up to Intel in the memory speed environment. So Intel was the first to do DDR5 with Alder Lake. And they did it while also maintaining backwards compatibility with DDR4. So good job, Intel, because you allowed people to save money back when DDR5 was so expensive. It was like $800 for 64 gigs at 5,200 or 5,600 megatransfers back in 2021. I know. I was there. I was at Micro Center on launch day for Alder Lake. That's how I remember. It's ingrained into my memory. I asked the guy, how much is DDR5, and he told me, like, you know, it's like $7.99 for like 64 gigs. And I'm like, yeah, no. So, Intel has been one generation ahead of AMD with DDR5 because they were like a year ahead of them. They were first to market. And now Intel leapfrogs with CUDIM and CAM2. So they continue to be one step ahead of them. So what I'm saying is if this socket is going to be a hindrance to AMD and prevent them from being competitive with Intel and catching up and in fact even overtaking Intel in terms of memory controller capability for Zen 6, then by all means change socket. If you got to change socket to do better memory compatibility, do it. How fast does Strix Halo run its memory? Strix Halo, Strix Halo LPDDR5X either 7500 or 8000. Those are the speeds of the Strix Halo. We can actually look it up. Where's the thing? Ryzen AI Max Plus. Here it is. Expand all. They should have the LP right there. DDR5 8000. There you go. LP DDR5 8000 up to 128 gigs. This is Strix Halo. This is the flagship. So there you go. LP DDR5X 8000. So they're doing DDR5 8000. So I can tell you guys, with my Lenovo ThinkPad, which is not using Strix Halo, it's using Strix Point. So let's see my laptop. I probably do need to do a video about that laptop. It is Ryzen AI Pro 360? I think this one. This is what is in my laptop currently. The Ryzen AI 7 Pro 360. This is an 8-core CPU. And it is... Okay, depending on the laptop, it can either support SODIMM DDR5 at 5600 or LP DDR5X 8000. But what Lenovo is doing in Lenovo's infinite wisdom, they're running the memory at a lower speed. They're running it at LP DDR5X 7500, which is a really strange speed. But that is how my laptop's running. I'm running 64 gigabytes of LP DDR5X at 7500 with a Strix Point laptop. So hopefully that answers the question. Yeah, the reason why there's no redriver is because it's soldered. You know what I'm saying? When things are soldered, there's less noise. The CAD bus has less wire trace distance. It's just overall better. So soldered is not bad. I mean, soldered's only bad. Solder RAM is only bad if you're someone who wants to save money up front and then just upgrade in the future. Because having soldered RAM basically caps your memory. So you're forced to spend for the max capacity day one. So like in my case, I could have gotten this laptop with either 32 gigs of LPDDR5X or 64 gigs. And obviously it's soldered, so guess what I'm going to do? I'm going to opt for the higher number all the time. Pay up, 64 gigs. You got to go with the bigger number. So Super Googly asked that question earlier with the handheld, and that's exactly where my logic came from. It's like, well, for like $200 more, you're doubling your RAM. You might as well double the RAM. It's soldered. You can't do anything about it. Yeah, I know. That's why solder is not good. But I think, so with Kraken Point, this is Strix Point, but with the newer Kraken Point laptops, I'm pretty sure you're going to see options that come out in the second half of this year that are using SODIMM DDR5 at 5600. Because, I mean, that's what Intel was doing. There's a bunch of like Intel Meteor Lakes that are using like DDR5 5600, which is SODIMM based. So that's good because it's upgradable. I don't think I bet this probably performs a little bit better than this, but you know, modularity does count for something. Anyway, I think that covered it. Was there anything else I was going to say? Yeah, the big BIOS update for AM5. Yeah, next year we could... I don't know. Like, I have no idea, guys. Like, if Zen 6 is going to be new socket or not. It would be nice if it's the same socket, but if it needs to be a new socket for a generational uplift, then give me a new socket. I don't care. You know, like... But I'm probably the wrong person to ask because I'm the guy that upgraded, like, from the Raptor Lake Intel to, like, Intel Core Ultra, and I had terrible buyer's remorse when I did the upgrade because I literally like downgraded my Intel gaming performance. But to Intel's credit, I will say this about Intel's current CPU. If someone was going to buy an Intel CPU because they're like a hardcore Intel fanboy and they refuse to buy AMD for whatever reason, like even though objectively speaking, currently today, there's no arguing that AMD CPUs are the best ones for gaming. Like literally, if somebody tried to tell me that Intel is better for gaming, as someone who literally has the Intel Core 2 Ultra, I would tell them that they're an Intel fanboy and their bias is 100% showing. So, as someone who upgraded from the Intel Raptor Lake to Intel's Arrow Lake, the main thing that is better is the energy consumption is lower. So Intel did get better with energy efficiency. They're actually on par with non-X3D Zen 5. So like a 9950X and an Intel Core Ultra 9, they use about the exact same power at full load. So Intel literally did catch up to AMD with energy efficiency. Now, what is actually better? Productivity is better than Raptor Lake. So Intel's 14th gen is so inefficient at like rendering because the power consumption on the 14900K is so bad. Like guys, I kid you not. I don't have the 13900K, which is basically a 14900K with a slightly less overclock out of the box. The i9 13900K at full load, rendering a 4K video in DaVinci Resolve, I kid you not, it uses almost as much power as my Threadripper CPU. So think about this. Threadripper is 24 cores, 48 threads. Big giant CPU, TRX 50 socket, big boy CPU with big server class RDIMM memory. We're talking 128 gigs of RAM at like 6400 DDR5 RDIMM running like balls to the walls, all out 350 watt TDP on my Threadripper with air cooling. The Intel 13900K, 320 watts. 320 watts on a consumer Intel desktop CPU. That's like 30 watts. It's like 30 watts less than Threadripper, but it's like way smaller, which means like the amount of heat, the heat density, because the socket is so small versus the giant socket of Threadripper. It's like that's the reason why Intel hits 100 degrees Celsius on an air cooler. On a Noctua NHD15, my 13900K would get up to 100 degrees Celsius within 3 seconds of starting the either Cinebench render or, realistically, my DaVinci Resolve renders for YouTube. Versus like Threadripper running full 350 watts on an air cooler, Noctua air cooler, single fin stack, not dual fin stack, single fin stack, Threadripper cooler. That thing only is getting up to like 78, 80 degrees, full load 350 watt TDP, versus like Intel's at 100 degrees. That's because Intel's tiny little socket is generating almost as much heat compared to that big giant Threadripper socket. So we go to Paint here. Threadripper, you guys have seen my Threadripper build. Threadripper is like this. And the memory sits above it and below it. So you got the RAM sticks are like this. This is Threadripper with the RAM. You got 2 memory sticks above and 2 memory sticks below. We got 128 gigs, 4 sticks. RDIMM, single channel, 1 DPC. Intel is like this. Intel has this rectangular shape, and then it's got like the 4 memory sticks, or 2 memory sticks, whatever. It's, you know what I'm talking about. It's like your traditional wimpy little consumer desktop, this peasant mainstream stuff. You know what I'm talking about? None of this, it's not like super high-end, and it's not true high-end. i9s are not true high-end. Ryzen 9s are not true high-end either. You want true high-end, you go Threadripper. Anyway, this wimpy mainstream CPU is pulling like 320 watts. 320 watts versus 350 watts. This is 24 core. This is 24P cores. This is 24 core, 48 thread. This is 8P plus 16E and 32 thread total on this thing. So you have 32 threads versus 48 threads. You have 8P cores versus 24P cores, and then 16E cores versus 24P cores. So and you got 350 watts across a big area and 320 watts versus a small area. What do you think is going to happen? You know what's going to happen? And we're doing air cooling on both. Air cooling on both. Noctua coolers on both. And in fact, Intel's cooler was a bigger cooler. This is the D15. Threadripper has got like a single stack. It's about the same size, but it's a single stack. Where the Intel had the big dual stack. But you know what happened? 100 degrees Celsius. You know what this was running at? We'll say worst case. This is like 80 Celsius. Look at that. Look at the difference in heat density. And the Intel had the better cooler. So that shows you the problem that Raptor Lake had. Like, air coolers suffered, or I guess the Intel CPU thermal throttled with air coolers. And that's the reason why my 13900K never died. We talked about this on stream. The reason why my 13900K, my launch day 13900K from 2022, still works totally fine. No degraded voltage, VMIN, whatever you want to call it. None of that nonsense. Mine survived because the air cooler overheated it and the overheating protected it. Because by overheating instantly, the V core never went high enough to kill and degrade the CPU. Because as soon as it hits that thermal limit, it backs off. It doesn't have a chance to spike the voltage to kill the CPU long term. You know what I'm saying? That is why air coolers protected My air cooler Noctua protected my Intel 13900K from death, from an early demise. So that was a big problem for Raptor Lake. So the new Arrow Lake is way better behaved. Way better behaved. It never hits 100 degrees Celsius. It hits like, okay, with an air cooler, like trying to like crank it up, it can get up to like 90 Celsius, but it's not gonna like ever thermal throttle at like 100 degrees Celsius compared to the Raptor Lake. So the behavior and the power consumption is not gonna get to like 320 watts. So Intel's Arrow Lake is much better behaved. So the cooler is, in general, it's quieter. You don't hear the fans ramping when the CPU jumps to like 100% load in an instant. So I really like Arrow Lake's thermal characteristics. The heat density is more spread out because Intel spread the P cores out among the E cores. On Raptor Lake, all the P cores are clumped at the top and the E cores are clumped at the bottom, and that wasn't very good for heat density. So Arrow Lake is better. Objectively, Arrow Lake is better than Raptor Lake. So if I was going to recommend a Intel fanboy who's in denial about AMD being better currently, and they want to know what Intel CPU to get, I would tell them to get Arrow Lake. I would never recommend Raptor Lake. 14th gen is a waste of money. It is a dead socket, although we don't really know if LGA 1851 is also a dead socket. Who knows? I think you'll at least get probably Arrow Lake Plus or whatever. Kind of like 14th gen is basically Raptor Lake Plus. I think Intel's going to do a Arrow Lake Plus this fall. They got to put something out for their shareholders. So I expect a new Intel CPU this fall.
After repasting with Cryonaut Extreme, my 9950X3D can now go up to 5.7 GHz on D15S with one fan only. Water cooling is overrated.
Yeah, see, and that's the thing about these small... That's a really good comment because that shows you guys that you don't need liquid cooling for these consumer desktop CPUs. You literally don't need it. Like I've been saying, you can do air cooling on AM5, every AM5 CPU, you can air cool, no problem. Intel, you can also, as I showed, and there are some benefits, your CPU might overheat all the time, but it's not going to die from like voltage over degrading. You can air cool the Intel CPU too, especially now with Arrow Lake. So the nice thing about Arrow Lake is you don't need a liquid cooler. It doesn't use as much power. It doesn't heat up as much as Raptor Lake. It is a little bit worse in gaming, but it is like not that much worse. But it is faster than Raptor Lake in productivity. So in turn, okay, the reason why I was comparing to to Threadripper, which is basically consumer EPYC. The reason why I'm comparing it to EPYC is because if somebody wanted to buy, like let's say somebody desired like a workstation type computer like Threadripper, but they didn't want to spend on Threadripper. They could go with LGA 1851. Because LGA 1851, like Arrow Lake Intel, is really good multi-thread performance for much cheaper than Threadripper. Now, the biggest problem for Intel is not Threadripper, because that's a completely different class of product. The biggest problem for Intel is currently Zen 5. So LGA 1718 is very competitive with Intel in productivity. But the problem is, I don't know how much of a problem it is, because a lot of people who build consumer or prosumer workstations and they don't spend on Threadripper or they don't spend on Intel's Xeon socket, and they prefer to go with consumer grade mainstream desktops, they're just going to buy LGA 1851 in a pre-build, or they're just going to buy one anyway because they don't know, or they don't bother to look at how AMD's stuff does in productivity. They might be like, oh, AMD's like the gaming one. Well, what if I don't game? Like, what if I just render videos all the time? You know, they might want to go with Intel. And there's the whole thing about, oh, well, you've got quick sync with Intel. The thing is, quick sync is basically the same thing as the integrated Radeon graphics on the Ryzen. So I don't even, as someone who has tested QuickSync and as someone who has tested the Ryzen platform, the one thing I will give Intel, to Intel's credit, the nice thing about QuickSync on Arrow Lake, and this is like a lesser known thing about Intel's new Arrow Lake LGA. Intel's new QuickSync has AV1 encoding. This is like a lesser known thing about the new Intel Arrow Lake CPUs. And this is one of the differentiating factors when it comes to Intel Arrow Lake desktop versus AMD's current Zen 5 on desktop. So if somebody truly wanted to do like video editing with QuickSync, they have access to AV1 encoding on the integrated graphics on the new Intel Arrow Lakes. Now, Nero is one step ahead of me. I was about to talk about that. Now, if you want AV1 encoding on Ryzen, currently the only desktop CPUs that have support for AV1 encode is, like Nero is correctly saying, the 8000 series. The 8700G and all of those APUs support AV1 encoding. In the laptop world, Intel and AMD are basically at parity because all of AMD's Zen 5 mobile parts, like Strix Halo, Strix Point, Kraken Point, all of them. So the big Ryzen AI Max, like all, that 128 gigabyte big thing, the Halo tier product, Strix Halo, all of those support AV1 encode on mobile. So like in the laptop space, Intel, as far as I'm concerned, Intel's completely cooked currently in the mobile space. Because if I was going to get a new laptop, like next year or later this year or holiday season or whatever, I mean, I'm already someone who has gotten a laptop. But if I was going to get a laptop, if I was on the market for a laptop now, I would get a Strix Halo. I would just wait for like a Strix Halo option, because those are like the top choice for mobile on Windows right now. And those all have the AV1. So if you're doing productivity, it's a no-brainer. On mobile or like a desktop replacement, mobile workstation or an Ultrabook or something like that, Strix Halo is the way to go. Like that's 100% top choice. Ryzen AI Max, you got all the AI stuff, you got all the VRAM, you got all the system RAM, and you got your AV1 encoding, you got all your QuickSync equivalent stuff, you got full Thunderbolt support, you got all that stuff. So to me, Intel is going to struggle, but I don't think they're really going to struggle. They're just going to have smaller profit margins because they have to pay TSMC for the chips. But I think Intel will have enough manufacturing volume for the mobile market that I don't really think AMD is going to be a problem for them in the mobile space compared to the way AMD is currently somewhat of a problem for Intel in the desktop space. But let's be honest, guys, and a lot of the enthusiasts don't know this, but maybe the guys who have knowledge of supply chain are aware of this. Intel is not really phased that badly by AMD right now, even though they're behind. When Intel's behind, they don't lose as much as AMD does. When AMD is behind, they lose horribly. Meaning AMD as a company suffers a lot worse if they're behind Intel because they're a smaller company and they're kind of like an underdog. So if they're losing, they're suffering more. If the big guy is suffering and they're losing, like in the current state, like Intel's behind AMD, objectively speaking, Intel's not actually suffering. They are kind of suffering. You can look at their stock price, but they're not really, really suffering. You know what I'm saying? Because they have the ability to mass produce. They have enough volume. They can literally flood the market with a bunch of laptops. It's like, oh, the tech enthusiasts, they don't want to buy our desktop CPU. Well, we're just going to sidestep the enthusiasts. We're just going to go straight to like Dell and HP and CyberPower PC and all the guys who do boutique custom builds like man, what's that one that I'm thinking of? Puget Systems and all those guys. We're just going to go to them and we're just going to sell direct to them with volume discounts and just flood the OEM market and the pre-built market with our Arrow Lake desktops, CPUs. That's how Intel will get by. So they have a way to survive. Even when they're losing, they can still win. AMD does not have this flexibility. They just don't have that leverage because they're too small. That's just how it is. Now, AMD has gotten a lot bigger in the last 3 years with all these acquisitions. But again, AMD is still limited on their TSMC wafer capacity. Intel now is kind of in a similar boat because they have to suffer, just like everyone else, at the whim, at the mercy of TSMC fabrication capacity, manufacturing capacity. And that does hurt Intel. So that does kind of level the playing field a little bit between the two of them. But let's be honest, guys, Intel's still the Goliath in the industry when it comes to CPU silicon manufacturing, like actual like chip quantity and volume. So they'll survive. You know, everyone's kind of dogging on Intel right now about, oh, their Arrow Lake is worse than their previous gen and AMD's so far ahead of them. But let's be honest, Intel can take a beating and still, like, it's not really going to phase them as much. Like, if AMD was behind, like, oh man, if the roles were reversed, if AMD was behind and Intel was in the front and, like, had the best CPU, let's be honest, things would not be that interesting right now. It will be back to the way it was in like 2013. You know what I'm saying? So I guess the conclusion of this discussion is when AMD is ahead, the industry is actually in a better spot than when Intel is ahead. You want the little guy to be leading because it kind of like drives everything more rapidly than when the big guy is leading and everyone else is like straggling to keep up. You know what I'm saying? So hopefully that kind of gives some insight on the consumer desktop market and how it plays out in the grand scheme of things. But yeah, like Arrow Lake, I would never recommend Raptor Lake. If somebody wanted an Intel CPU, I would tell them get LGA 1850. You get your AV1 encode without a GPU. You have like CUDIM support. So you basically get all the latest standards. And you get good multi-threading. You get lower power consumption than previous gen. It's similar to AMD in power consumption. So it's not the best at gaming. I don't care. I mean, some people don't really care. Usually the people that are looking to build that sort of system for like quick sync and those things, they don't really care about the gaming that much anyway. So I think Intel will get by just fine. That being said, if I was going to recommend someone like best of the best, you guys already know what I'm going to say. 9950X3D, X870E, that's the way to go. That gives you like all the PCIe Gen 5. That gives you USB 4. That gives you all the Wi-Fi 7. You basically have platform parity with Intel, but you don't have CUDIM, and the integrated graphics doesn't have AV1. But let's be honest, people with a desktop are going to have a GPU that has AV1 anyway, regardless whether it's NVIDIA or AMD or even Intel. So it's not really a big deal. This is more important in mobile devices. And in mobile devices, AMD also has AV1 encode. All right, so I think we're at the end of the live stream. This kind of gets everyone up to speed on like what to expect for next year, I think, because we may get a new socket from AMD. We're probably going to get a new socket from Intel next year. I think LGA 1851 is going to get replaced by a new socket next year. So if Intel's doing a new socket next year, I wouldn't be surprised if AMD does a new socket next year also. Because if they both have to up the pin count to like 1900 plus pins or 2000 plus pins, that'll be incredible. Like if AMD does like an LGA, because remember guys, Intel used to have like LGA 2011, LGA 60. Intel had LGA 2011, LGA 2011 V3 or whatever, LGA 2016 66, if I'm not mistaken. This was the Skylake X. They had Sandy Bridge, Haswell E, Sandy Bridge E, Ivy Bridge E. Then they did Skylake X. So Intel could go to that 2,000 plus pin. And I really want to see, like, if AMD does a new socket, man, go big. Go 2,000 plus pins. Because I think Threadripper, we didn't even talk about Threadripper's pin count, but like Threadripper, if I'm not mistaken, Threadripper TRX50 is on SP6. LGA SP6. Or no, it's like the socket is called SP6, which is an LGA 4844, I believe. So, like, think about that. Threadripper has 4,844 pins. 4,844 pins versus AM5's measly 1,718 pins. And Intel's 1,851. Intel's LGA 2066 Skylake X was like 2,066 pins. So, which is like less than half of what Threadripper has. So, both of them could introduce some big, like, 2,000 plus pin socket, and they still wouldn't be anywhere close to like a Threadripper socket in terms of pin count. But yeah, Intel definitely, I expect a new socket next year. That's why a lot of people are probably going to skip Arrow Lake, because they don't want to spend on the motherboard just to have to upgrade the motherboard again next year. But AMD, I don't know, man. Like, they could go either way. Like, if they need a new... You're hoping it's AM5? Yeah, I think a lot of people are hoping it's AM5. But I wouldn't be surprised if they need to up the socket because they need more pins. They can go big on Zen 7. Yeah, but Zen 7 is not coming out for, like, what, 2.5 years or whatever? We'll see what they do. Anyway, guys, that's going to be it for this stream. I think this was a good one overall. I think we had... I didn't expect to talk about the sockets. So this is kind of like bonus content for the stream. But that's it. So if you're new to the channel and you like this sort of long discussion, freeform content all about PCs and CPU, GPU, sockets, memory, all that stuff, we go pretty deep on the details. But if this interests you, do get subscribed to the channel. It does help me out. It does motivate me to keep making these type of long live streams, because these live streams are pretty long. But we also do gaming-based live streams on the weekend, featuring certain games that are new around the time that we do the live stream. So this week it's either going to be Lies of P Overture, maybe Stellar Blade on PC at 4K, or we'll do like more Switch 2 stuff. It just really kind of depends. Yeah, sometimes we do multiple games. But that's going to be it. Expect that either tomorrow evening or Saturday evening, the usual time. And if not, I will catch you guys next week on the next episode of Tech Thursdays. Until then, take care, and I will see you guys then. Thanks.